You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week. Yes, we did. Feels nice right now. Weather's perfect over here in SoCal. I don't even have any fans on. I just have the window open. You know, I was like debating on having the window open, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to have the window open tonight. Get some of that night breeze rolling through right here. Let's put a little music on. All right. How are we doing tonight? We're doing pretty good, hopefully. All right. The feed. All right. How we doing? Cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. And of course, the executive producer tonight is Mr. Jason McKenzie, who is usually out there and probably out there in the chat. Mr. Jason McKenzie, thank you, sir, of course, for helping out the pirate ship and being a part of this. I'll probably carry your name over. You're going to be the executive producer next week, too, because, you know, you didn't get a full week. So, Jason McKenzie, of course, thank you for being a subscriber to the Patreon and being a loyal fan. So, cheers, man. All right. Let's see here. What do we got? We got Digigamer right here. Whack tight, slow fights. It took about 2 years to produce the same production quality Smallville could produce in 2 weeks. I love Smallville, but I thought we have made advancements since the 2011 finale. All right. And of course, talking about that, of course. Okay, so it's less than Smallville, I guess, quality right there. It's what Digigamer is saying. We got Gilmer right here. Why are people surprised he didn't glow when he flies? We already knew that from Guy Gardner. What? The hell are you talking about, Gilmer? Really? No. What are we talking about here? You're talking about a consistency that's happening in the DCU. Well, I don't think we're here to talk about consistency. Don't think so. Ryan, what's happening? I'm so hyped for Lanterns, and Supergirl looks. It'll be a banger. So there you go. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be a mixed bag. There'll be a mixed bag of comments tonight, which is what it's all about. It's fun, as long as we don't take it too seriously. That's really what it is. But of course, you know, I am going to comment about some of the reactions, and then of course what was being passed around today as well when it comes to all this, as well as I'm going to give my full review of The Bride that I saw last night, which hopefully you guys saw my first reaction. But if you didn't, you'll get my full review right now. So yeah, we'll be talking about that stuff. Tony Movie Chavy Neil Blomkamp fan. What do you see the outcome of Paramount's Skydance future, whether or not David Ellison will get voted out of his company? And you really think James Gunn would? I don't think James Gunn's going to walk away now. That's what I said in the video that I posted earlier this week. I was like, nah, I don't see him walking away because of politics. I don't see that. I think Gunn is very much wanting to continue to do this no matter who is owning the overall company of Warner Brothers. As long as he could just do his thing, but of course he's going to have to answer to a different boss. But I know I think they're going to keep Zazzy Pants on there for a little bit too. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But yeah, I don't see that. I don't know if David Ellison is going to get voted out. I don't see that happening either. But you know, no one's safe in this business. By no means. Gunn is not safe. Maybe Ellison's not safe. I think Ellison's a lot more safe than Gunn for sure. So, Andrew, the Sith Striker, Gunn will be gone for sure. Okay. Well, he's got a movie that he's prepping to shoot right now. So I guess we'll, in a year, over a year and a half, maybe, you know, but very much still seeing the Man of Tomorrow very much going forward. So anyways, what's going on, Saladia Plays? Good to see you. Ghoul, what's happening? Hey, honestly, I don't care what the internet thinks. Lanterns looks interesting and a great way to reintroduce the general audience to Hal Jordan after 2011. Also, it's the first trailer, so you can't judge yet. Teaser. I mean, you could judge, But I just ask people to be smart about it. And that's asking too much. Way too much. By the way, is the audio sounding pretty good? Because I know I got the new computer, guys. Oh, I got the new computer. Remember last week, panel like that. But if you guys can follow me on Twitter, the fact that I didn't have any streams on Wednesday is because I got the new computer. I got a nice little. Let's see. I'll even show you guys because I did post it on Twitter. So if you guys want to see. Yeah, let me pull it up right now. But yeah, I was like, all right, it was time because my computer was just kept crashing when I try to export videos and I try to do anything. And I thought I had a fix for the old computer, but it just wasn't having it. So I was like, all right, time to pull the trigger. Shopped around, looked into things that I was like, all right. But if you guys want to see the new computer, it is a nightclub in a box. Look at this thing. There's the old computer behind it, of course. But yeah, that's it's set in motion right there. Colorful, a lot of fans. Bigger, hefty little bitch. So there you go. The new PC, pre-built. It's not like, my last computer was a Dell, but I decided to do like a pre-built kind of, gaming, streaming style PC. Got a pretty good deal on it. And, it arrived the next day, which is good. And so far, I love it. I love it. Everything's so fucking fast. I forgot, this is what it's like to have a fast PC again. Like I'm editing videos. There's no hiccups. There's no crashes. I'm like opening things and everything's just boom, pew, 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 pew. It's so freaking great. So yeah, everything should be good when it comes to everything. So good stuff. Antonio Baker, good to see you. Good to see you. We got Music Man right here. We got Oh My God. By the way, there's no dividing between the DCU and the same people making the argument has low view counts when it comes to YouTube channels. There's that. So what's going on? Raw frequency. All these people hating on a show that didn't even come out yet. Yeah. We got season 4 of Invincible and season 2 of Born Again coming in a couple of weeks, and season 5 of The Boys in like a month. I'm focused on the closer ones. You bring up a good point, Raw Frequency, and I even brought this up to somebody who's in my mentions who lost their mind and called me a gaslighter or whatever the hell. I said, hey, the DCU is not for you. I'm paraphrasing, but it was like the DCU doesn't seem like it's for you. There's plenty of other things to watch. And the dude lost his mind. And it just comes to show you that it's like, man, it's crazy what has happened in the comic book, live action comic book space. It's really crazy. So let's see. Oh my God, Ruler. I like the point you made on your video the other day, Dave. If John, I think you meant John Campea, is so insistent that Gunn working with the Red Hats is such a deal breaker, why has, yeah, exactly. Zaslav, he seems to, he's been known to be buddy with Trump, so I think Zazzy Pants is a little bit right leaning, at least. So it's like, if he didn't have a problem with Zazzy Pants, why is he gonna have a problem with Ellison? I just don't see that. What's going on, Dan the Man? What's happening? Good to see you. We got Lane right here. Good to see you, brother. All right. Did you lose Jim Carrey to the? Did we lose? Yeah. That whole thing, yeah, I'll probably bring that up tonight with the panel. See what some people have to say about that. The whole Jim Carrey clone thing. Of course, I did a segment on Film Junkie Live, and then I put it in its own video because why not? And there it is. There's my executive producer for this week and going into next week, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Cheers, brother. Helping out the pirate ship as he does. What's going on, Stephanie T? Good to see ya. Good to see you. Remember, the clock goes back an hour. No, it actually goes forward, Antonio. It goes forward. We go into the future. We lose an hour, which I love. I love it when it's lighter, longer, I know people are like, we lose an hour of sleep. It's like, no, you don't. Just drink a fucking half a bottle of vodka and pass out, and all your clocks on your phone and all your technology changes by itself. And then you'll have that moment in the morning where you look at your microwave or oven clock and be like, what the fuck? It's actually what? And then you realize, oh yeah, that's right, the time changed. It's okay. Just sleep like normal and then be happy that it's going to be lighter for the rest of the day. Yeah, but it actually goes ahead. But yeah, but I mean, for the most part, yeah, we like all our stuff changes. Like I have no clocks. I have my Alexa thing, my Alexa clock in my room. It's going to automatically change. Phones change, computer changes. So, you know, I'm just glad it's going to be lighter. It's going to be lighter later. So anyways, you know, drink, but cheers. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, it doesn't have to be an alcoholic drink. It doesn't have to be an alcoholic drink. David saw Scream 7. It was going good, and that fucking ending fucked everything up. God damn it. Yeah, that ending was pretty... Yeesh. Yikes. Yikes. Is Zach really 60? Yes, he is. That man is 60 years old. 60 years old. I honestly didn't mind the trailer, but the no green thing did irritate me a little. Yeah, irritated the rest of the internet a lot. So let's see. Hey, we got Monique right here. Happy Friday to you, Monique. Good to see you. All right. Hey, there's Andre right here. The new Lanterns looks nothing like the DCU. I'm definitely going to watch it. Okay, you tweeted, the way you were tweeting was very different than what you're saying right now, but hey, good to see you, man. New PC AI proof since Windows going all in on AI with Windows 12. Oh no, there's AI stuff in here. It's not going to be, and there's nothing going to be AI proof. Your PC is thicker than a Snicker. Nice. Yeah, I know. I was like, whoa, you know, it's thick. It is a thick. I'm like going, geez, because it is, like I said, it's a pre-built, so it's not like, you know. So I was like, but yeah, well, like I said, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go with something. I remember I got a computer built for me a long time ago when I was first getting into like video editing and stuff, and then I went to Macs, and then I got the Dell computer. And then I was just like, you know what? I'm going to do a pre-built thing again. And like I said, got a good deal. Like I said, I'm happy with it right now. There was some fan noise I was having, but I fixed it, thankfully. So hopefully, like I said, I got like a 3-year, you know, protection plan. So if it does mess up, like, you know, everything will be okay. So, but yeah, the thing, I'm always like, damn, that thing is wide. But I'm like, all right, I guess it just needs wide because it just has, you know, like I said, it's got a lot of power. You got to keep that power cool. But yeah, I did, though. I think maybe during the shipping, something happened where, like, yeah, one of the fans maybe got knocked a little loose, and it was making noise today. So I did a little bit of fixie, which mainly just was like, you know, kind of just tap it a little bit, adjust some things. Okay, we're good now. So yeah, it's good stuff. When's his next meltdown? I mean, probably his next show. I don't know. It's going to be something like that. I don't know. How to get basic comic book fans' attention, grounded and R-rated, just with F-bombs. Do F-bombs, you know, do they mess you up? Do you get offended by F-bombs? What's going on, Ronan? ¿Qué pasa? What is this both ways? We don't like the toilet humor, and then you don't get the humor, and then I know it's one of those things. No matter what, there's always going to be controversy. Anything that comes out from the DCU, there's just going to be people that are going to shit all over it. You know, it is crazy. Suit was a little brown, but still looked cool. Oh, I got some theories too. I'm gonna bring up a theory that I have. You know, when we get to that portion of all this stuff like that. So I'm gonna bring up a theory. That I have, that I, you know, kind of been seeing from other people and my own little theories and talking with people. What's going on, Hunter Iggy? I believe the new suits are in the bag in the closet. Okay, like I said, theories. Fuck daylight savings. I've had it with this shit. I just want to spring forward, and then that's it. Just leave it alone. I like it when it's lighter later. So, what's going on, Devin? Dave, I'm happy Lannister trailer's doing well on YouTube. What? Because people are complaining about nothing about the suit. They're so dumb. People on YouTube are upset about the trailer as well. Yeah, we'll talk about that as when we go along. Oh, did I miss you, Dell? I think I missed. There you go. There's Dell, my friend Dell. What's going on, sir? Always great to see you. Always great to see Dell. I wonder if Olympic gold medalist Amber Glenn is a Snyder fan since she's a DC fan. That'd be interesting. She probably is. She probably likes it all. What kind of GPU do you have? Shit. I'm like drawing a blank on that right now, but I got like a good graphics card, NVIDIA. So GPU. I'm trying to remember. I mean, I don't have the specs up right now, but I double checked. It's all good. Like I said, when I'm editing a video or a clip, oh my God, this thing is so snappy. You guys are going to be annoyed at me. You guys on YouTube, you're going to be more annoyed at me because I'm probably going to up my video clips and shit like that because I'm like, damn, it's just, everything's just so fast. I'll get a pre-built someday. Another YouTuber I follow built theirs and it blew up a few hours. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because I'm like, oh yeah, I don't want to like do like, I didn't want to do a Dell again because, because it's a big company, they just they charge more. But you get a pre-built, oh man, you get some people out there that are just like pre-building this shit, but of course there's a worry that maybe they're using cheap stuff. But like I said, I got the 3-year protection plan, so we're good. We're good. What's going on, Jose? Thicker than well. Oi. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Are people actually still waiting for a DCU Batman to pop up? As long as Matt's around, it won't happen. That's why they tried to get Pattinson into the DCU. I remember hearing that news that they were trying to get Pattinson in the DCU. What I heard was it was on the table, but Gunn didn't want to do that. So you thank James Gunn for that. I know you don't want to do that, Lane, but yeah. Wait, I know, and I know that the latest thing is some random Twitter or whatever the hell I just posted about it. Some random Twitter out there because again, we want authentic sources. We want authentic sources when it comes to the things we like. But there's like a new thing out there too that it says the Clayface cut right now does not have a Batman cameo, and I'm like, okay. And I already saw some people like already quote tweeting. I'm like, all right, here's the new doom and gloom thing that everybody's gonna run with this weekend. I'm like, okay. So, yeah, guess we'll do that. Dan the Man, I'm guessing by the way they frame the American flag on the townsfolk on lanterns, the white people are MAGA and bad. What a twist. What a twist. What a twist. Either way, perfect reason to start the Arkham. Oh, I know, right? I know. I'm like, I got this new PC and it's got a lot of power. I'm like thinking, should I freaking start gaming? Oh no, I might. I don't know. No need for Pattinson. Hey, what's going on, Slav? Slav probably going to be joining the panel in a bit. So give us something fresh and new. Yeah, there you go. All right. So thank you guys. Like I said, appreciate you guys for doing this or for showing up. Sorry I was a little late, but I was making sure, of course, setting things up and everything. First thing I'm going to talk about quickly, because I don't have much more to talk about it when it comes to The Bride. When it comes to The Bride, if you guys saw my first reaction review of The Bride, didn't quite do it for me. It had a strong start, strong performances from Christian Bale and Jesse Buckley. Oh, was it strong? But I just don't think that Maggie Gyllenhaal and her writers are, I don't know if it was just fully her. I don't know if she exactly knew where she wanted to fully take this story, like this updated story. And like I said, there's some interesting ideas and concepts that you get introduced in the first act. You went, oh, okay, cool. But then it's just like I said, you're like halfway through the second act, and I just kind of went, where the hell is this going? Where is this going? Because you have, and I know some people are probably going to say like, oh, The Bride's kind of preachy because it has this like, message of like, oh, it's, people get, we're like, oh, it's got this feminist message. I'm like, yeah, there's a feminist message in there, but it's not like a strong one. They don't like hit it like big time, but at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe you should have. Maybe that would have made things better, because it seems like he kind of pulled back on it. And then there's like this whole, there's Peter Sarsgaard. I always forget his name. I think his birthday was actually today. He plays this detective who just kind of comes out of nowhere, and like Penelope Cruz is also in it, who's like his like right hand detective. And so there's like this whole side story with them that you really just go, wait a minute, we didn't flesh out who these characters are, and he knows there was just things in the movie where I went, wait, what the hell's going on? I was like kind of lost on certain things, and I have a bad feeling the movie is going to flop. It's going to be, after Warner Brothers had such a great year last year. Yeah, this is going to be a flop. I mean, it's already, box office projections are not looking good. I was the only one in the movie theater until one other guy showed up. So I was like, it was funny. Like, one other guy showed up and that was it. So there was just one other guy in my movie theater. And yeah, man, it just sadly, it was just like, it was like, damn, I was kind of hoping, but I was like, but at the same time, when I saw the trailer, I went, okay, they're doing like a Bonnie and Clyde thing, kind of like a Joker Folie à Deux, what they wanted to do maybe with that. I actually think Joker 2 is probably had a better, from start to finish, had a better narrative, I guess you could say. The Bride, just like the narrative kind of started crumbling like halfway through, and at least for me, so. And apparently we have a Grace Randolph in the chat. So anybody out there who, any of the moderators out there, if you can do that. So watch out. We have a fake Grace Randolph out there. But anyways, there's, like I said, that's my full review right there. Go check it out if you want to. Like I said, it's not all bad. The performances are good. They're really good. But I think the movie just didn't know what the hell it wanted to be. And then there were some things where you go, well, wait a minute. What? What about what? There could have been something. It's just, I don't know. It just seemed like it wasn't a clear story of what I don't think Maggie Gyllenhaal didn't, maybe she did and it got fucked with by the studio. I don't know. But it just seemed like what I saw was like, there wasn't like a full on clear story of what she wanted to tell with these two characters. Like, it started off strong because it was like, Frankenstein's lonely, he needs a bride, and then it was like some certain things right there. So I don't know. So there you go. That's my full review. All right. So now let me take a drink. The Lanterns trailer and the reaction. Holy Lord, has it been fun? Has it been fun? It's been fun. You guys hopefully saw my little breakdown that I posted, I think the next day, because, of course, that was the day, of course, when I got my new computer. So naturally, I had to set all that up, and then I recorded that night, and then I posted it in the morning. And, obviously seeing the reactions out there when it comes to this, man, I tell you what. I mean, like I said, no matter what, when it comes to the DCU, and like I said, I'm rooting for the DCU. I'm rooting for Gunn, but we don't know what's going to happen when it comes to, of course, buyouts and everything like that. Nobody's safe. He's not safe. I would say that there's a high percentage that he is safe, but anything could happen. I've been saying that nobody's safe, and like I said, I love it when people are like, "Oh, Gunn's out." I'm like, okay, but we have to have some pretty big fails before that happens, because once projects fail, guess what? You don't get to make new projects. That's the way the business works. And Superman didn't fail. I would say that Creature Commandos and Peacemaker didn't fail either. I never say that they did gangbusters. Of course, they didn't do gangbusters, but where we're at right now. But like I said, anything that comes out when it comes to the DCU, and like I said, I even said in my video, I called it 100% back in December. I tweeted out, because, the hypocrisy that I see from fans out there when they were all of a sudden, you get, fans, and sadly, yes, it's the loud Snyder fans that when the Flash was coming out, when they cast Sasha Kaye as Supergirl and all that was going, they shat on that like crazy. And then all of a sudden we get a new Supergirl, the DCU Supergirl, which is a Supergirl that, blonde hair, skirt, everything like that. They of course were like, Sasha Kaye, that's the Snyderverse Supergirl. What? That was kind of like interesting. I'm like, all of a sudden she's the Snyder. And then I'm like, oh yeah, but they're already getting their, these guys are already getting their positive Ryan Reynolds 2011 Green Lantern post already ready to go. And sure enough, all of a sudden, like Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie, it's the tits. It is the best thing. It's the best Green Lantern thing ever. And it's just like, I'm like, holy Lord. Oh man. You knew that was going to happen. You knew that was going to happen. And then of course, obviously the Wayne T. Carr image was being thrown around, which of course is a glorious looking, it looks great. It looks great, and even the Snyderverse stuff. But then I'm like, when I saw people like, man, I miss what Zach was doing. I'm like, he didn't do much with Green Lantern though. There was like the history lesson, and then the whole Wayne T. Carr thing was not even in the movie, I mean, I think he would have done great things with it for sure. But of course, I'm just seeing, you just see ridiculous stuff. You just see ridiculous stuff when it comes to the reaction. Of course, people fighting back and forth, blah, 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 blah. The discourse. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Like I said, when this series was announced and when the description of the series was revealed, it was like, okay, it's going to be like a True Detective buddy cop. It's going to be like in a Midwestern kind of freaking town. It's going to be grounded. And I was like, it's going to be grounded out. All right. I guess so. It just seems like people forgot that's what that's how they were selling the shows. And then when you get the trailer, that is exactly that. I'm going, okay, what did you expect? You expected like an intergalactic cosmos, crazy Green Lantern, all this stuff. I mean, when it's so funny because when I see people like, oh man, it should be like, what the hell's going on? It should be out in the cosmos and there should be flying out in space and, and all that stuff like that. I'm like, okay, so the budget was supposed to be what, twice as much, maybe even 3 times with all the VFX. And then you would have just said it's a VFX bonanza that looks like ass. The same people would just say that if it was the complete opposite and it took place in space and it had a bunch of VFX all over the place, it just would have get shit on in a different way. It's like, no, like there's people that are just, I'm not saying that everybody's like that, but there are people that that aren't going to like it no matter what it is. That's what you got to remember, I guess. You got to remember that. But so there was something that was going around. Or something that was going around the internet that was something from last year, probably like a year ago. And of course, we have Damon Lindelof, who, of course, is like one of the writers, showrunner, I think. Of course, he did the Watchmen show and everything. There was a video that was going around. That was that had him on stage for a live podcast. And this is the clip right here that was going around that I'll show you guys, that a lot of people were like, see, here we go.
So you just announced a Green Lantern show.
It's called Lanterns because we all agreed that the green was stupid.
Right.
So now it's just lanterns.
So Green Lantern, the lantern. So you can make anything you can imagine.
That if you have this magical ring,
right?
Yes.
And the fights are still close.
Yeah.
There it is. That's it. Why do they have these people running these shows and writing these shows that hate the source material? Oh. Okay, I majored in sarcasm. I took a college course in sarcasm. And even though, yes, it's not the best delivery, because you know what? Guess what, guys? When it comes to screenwriters and showrunners, I don't expect them to be that great on stage when it comes to sarcasm and jokes, but that is not serious right there. Okay? It's not serious. There was even a community note. There's a community note that even said, like, oh, in the context, this is a comedy podcast, that they were joking. If you watch the whole thing, you kind of get more of the context. And yes, that is the case. And I'm just like, holy shit, we're really going to take that? And then, I mean, I saw so many people like, oh yeah, he hates the source material. He hates this. I'm like, no, he doesn't. Jesus Christ. Oh man. But yeah, there was like a community note that even said that. If you want to see it right here, that somebody sent me. Dell actually sent this to me. It's community note, important context. This clip is from the comedy podcast, Love It or Leave It. Damon Lindelof made a spicy comment about lanterns. Since this is a comedy, nothing he said should be taken as serious. Official statement from HBO, DC, or himself. They were just having fun. You know who I feel bad for? Damon Lindelof. You know why? Because he probably, being that I've been, you do stuff live, you beat yourself up, you kind of go, shit, why did I say that? That didn't really work. Did that work? You start questioning. You start questioning yourself, and I'm sure like after that, and when he saw you, probably was like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Damn it. Why did I say that? He was probably beating himself up a little bit, probably awake at night, just like, why did I say that? Shit, maybe I shouldn't have said that. And then now it's coming back around that the trailer came out, and now it's blowing up. It's going viral. People are passing around and literally saying that he hates the source material. He hates Green Lantern, even though in the fucking trailer, there's literally a line that's said by Kyle Chandler that says, Hal Jordan, Green Lantern. And I'm like, oh, he's probably like going, shit, I shouldn't have said that. He's probably like hitting up James Gunn like, sorry, I said that. And it's just like, oh man. And I'm like, but I'm like, come on, guys, it's sarcasm. What are we doing? Oh, what are we doing? I'm like, I just was like, no, we shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it's not, he didn't do good with the sarcasm. But again, he's not a fucking comedian. He's not an actor. He's not a joke teller. And I'm just like, oh, jeez. It's just like, man. So I felt bad. I actually feel bad for him. I feel bad for him, And it's funny too, because, Damon Lindelof, and I'm going to speak to the Snyder fans out there. He is not a Snyder hater. Okay. He's not a Snyder hater. So give him a break. Give him a break, please. I know you're not going to, but give him a break. You diehards out there. I think the more, the logical Snyder fans will give him a break, because come on, when he's even said, like, when they didn't want to remake Watchmen, so they did a sequel series, because you know what he said? He said because Zack Snyder fucking nailed Watchmen, okay? He nailed Watchmen. He also posted this as well. So give him a break. I'm not saying I've seen it, but if I had, I'd have unequivocally support the powers that be to #release a Snyder Cut. Just saying, let's go a little easy on the guy. All right? Relax a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Sarcasm. Jesus Christ. But I know so some people online that just do not know sarcasm. They're very reactionary. And then, of course, when you have a narrative that you want to put out there, it's like, oh, here's ammunition. Here's the ammunition right here. Not even the guy who's writing the series or the showrunner, not even he likes the source material. I'm like, give me a break. Come on. Now, let's talk about the theory. The theories. There's theories out there, guys. There's theories. Okay? And here's something that I was kind of like, I was talking to people behind the scenes. I was seeing people on the timeline and all this kind of stuff. Now, obviously, one of the biggest things that came from the trailer, one of the biggest controversies was, of course, the Green Lantern suit, the costume, and the fact that it looked brown. It's like, what the fuck? It's Jesus Christ. What is it? The brown lanterns? What are we doing here? It's fucking brown lanterns. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. I even said, yeah, it doesn't look that great. But, you know, I want to see what it looks like on Kyle Chandler or Jon Stewart, Aaron Pierre. But then I started going, huh. Now let's bring up the footage. Let's bring up the footage right here. Okay. Slowly. We don't even have to have the music on. Okay, so we see one costume, and then we have two other, you know, one of those like little bags right here. The bags that hold, you know, clothing. They're also hung up. And I think you can actually see, right there, if you actually were to brighten it up, you can see another, you can see a Green Lantern emblem. So we have two other costumes right here, as well as the one that we do see right there, hanging up. I don't think that's Hal Jordan's costume. I do not think that's Hal Jordan's costume. I really don't. I think, okay, so a couple theories. There's two theories when it comes to all this. They are investigating a murder, which of course has to do with, you know, it's not a normal thing. It's not normal murder. There's some weird shit that's going on. You know, possibly people that have abilities. What if somebody is impersonating a Green Lantern? But of course they can't make the suit form, so they make a suit. That could be a possibility, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, just a theory. Could be wrong. Or is the murder Alan Scott? Or it has something to do with Alan Scott. And maybe that's Alan Scott's costumes from before? Possibly. But I'm going to say it right now, and I will eat the crow if I am wrong. I don't think that is Hal Jordan's costume. I don't think it is. I don't know. I really don't think that. I think, yeah, we've seen that Hal Jordan actually has had a physical costume, but I don't know. I just don't think that's actually his costume. I think they're investigating something and they're looking through and they're like, and they find that right there. Could be somebody impersonating, or it might be like an Alan Scott thing. I don't know. But I am saying right now that I do not think that is Hal Jordan's costume. I don't know what you guys think, but that's what I'm thinking. I don't think that's his. So, going to be interesting. I mean, no matter what, when we actually do, because we will see Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart in their actual costumes, no matter what, the same people who hate this are going to hate that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what it looks like or whatever the hell. And even if it's like a lot of green and a lot of this and a lot of that, they're still going to hate it. No matter what, they're still going to fucking hate it because, you know, if you hate James Gunn, you're just going to hate everything that's coming out here. That's just the way it is. Some people out there, not everybody, but some people. But yeah, I'm just saying that right now that I don't think that's Hal Jordan's costume. I really don't. But it's just so funny because everybody's so goddamn reactionary. And I'm like, God, have we not learned? And it's going to be funny if that's the case, if it's not his costume. It's going to be interesting because, of course, the people who have just been, you know, who have like, 112 tweets about how much they hate this. It's like, are you going to just delete those tweets? Or are you going to say anything? Probably not. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? It's all pretty crazy and ridiculous. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm just kind of going, I don't know if that's his. That's the theory that I was having right now. That maybe it's not his, or maybe it's just like an older one. I don't know. Maybe it could be an older one. Maybe it could be an older one that he doesn't use anymore. And then he, just has it. I don't know. But that's just what I was thinking right there. So anyways, that's it. That's all I had. Did I have anything else? No, I don't think I had anything else when it came to. Oh no, one more thing. One more thing I had to bring up when it comes to all this. What's sad too, and can we stop doing this as well? Is people have also they've tried to bring in Alex Ross. They've tried to bring in Alex Ross into the mix of all this because Alex Ross, not yesterday, but when the trailer debuted, Alex Ross, the Twitter account of Alex Ross, you can kind of see it on my screen right there. Somebody made a video. Basically, I guess I could just show it right here. That somebody made, basically Alex Ross was posting. So here's the video that was going around, and he was posting a bunch, or that the account was posting a bunch of Alex Ross Green Lantern drawings and whatnot. Not everything, but majority of Green Lantern. And people are like, oh, Alex Ross is mad. He is mad. He is mad at this teaser trailer. He's freaking upset. My God, he's so upset. And I'm going, I don't think Alex Ross actually handles the Twitter account. I don't think he does. And then, I mean, sorry to bring this to your attention, but anytime that, you go back when the Fantastic Four trailer came out, when Superman trailers came out, when anything that Alex Ross has drawn, when a trailer comes out or a new image or footage, this account starts essentially spamming Alex Ross drawings because it's trending. It's social media marketing is what's happening. But now it's being utilized as Alex Ross is upset with the Lanterns trailer. So he freaking, and I'm like, he does that every time. I remember when the Fantastic Four trailer came out, the Superman trailer came out, he just, for He-Man, I think even He-Man, he's drawn He-Man before. I think he even did that with He-Man. He just, I think, like I said, he doesn't handle his account. I think he has somebody that handles it. That person just starts throwing out, hey, Alex Ross, yeah, it's trending. Here it is. And I'm just going, oh man, fuck, you guys, come on. What are we doing here? I don't know what we're doing here. It's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I can't believe we're using that as a tool, but hey, what can you do? Breaking news, Dave. Oh, I can't exactly do anything with that. I can't do anything with that, Ghoul. Sorry. But thank you for the $5 super chat. What's the breaking news? You might have to send that to me through Twitter or, yeah, the link doesn't. Well, maybe, okay, maybe if I can pull it up. Okay, well, first I'm going to start, let me start sending my little invites out. Let me start sending my, let me send the invites out first. Well, you know what? Let me just take these off. I think we're done. I'm done with my little spiels. So I can put those on. All right. Let me do that. But yeah, apparently there's some breaking news out there, which I'm like, I don't know if it's like something cool, what's going on, but Google has something. All right, let me, you know what I could do? I could probably just click on the actual thing right here. Let's see. Here's the Twitter link. Did you send that to me? Okay, hold on. Now I'm kind of like, I'm very curious. I'm like, anytime there's breaking news, I'm like, ooh, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Let's see. There's Twitter. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. Okay, I was like wondering. I was like, what? I thought it was maybe something in the space of DCU or something like that. But yeah, Monsters, Inc. 3 is officially happening. Yeah, I very much like the Monsters, Inc. world, so very much looking forward to that. I think Monsters University is like one thing. I was fine with it. But Monsters Inc., I think that's one of the best Pixar movies. I love that movie. There's moments in there where I just laugh. In addition to the Monsters franchise, Pixar has a few more major sequels. Yeah, like Incredibles. They finally gave the date for that. Coco 2 is coming out. So yeah, there's some Pixar stuff that's going to be happening. So it's good times, good times. All right. Let's go ahead and turn off the music and start bringing some peeps in here and have some discussions when it comes to all the madness. Billy Crystal and John Goodman makes the move. Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm telling you. I mean, Toy Story is always going to, obviously be. But Monsters, Inc. was, I don't know. There's something about Monsters, Inc. that I thought the concept was such a cool concept. Boo, she's so freaking adorable. And I mean, there's some things. He has Steve Buscemi as what's his name, and I don't know. There's some lines in there that are just fucking hilarious. It just had me belly laugh when it came to certain things. Don't shit on Ross. You try to watercolor and don't shit on Ross. What are we doing here? Don't shit on Ross. Droga, you saw The Bride last night, and visually it was really good. Visually, yeah, I'll give you that. So you probably agree that maybe the story wasn't all that great, because visually it looked great. Like I said, I'm not doubting Maggie Gyllenhaal's talents as a director, but I think the storytelling just fell apart, going into the second act. Strong first act. And then it just started. I was going, I don't know where the fuck this movie's going. Like, I just started going, I just didn't know. As soon as, like, we get introduced to her character. We get introduced to her character before she dies. And then, of course, we get introduced to Frankenstein, and we kind of, they flesh that, them out. And then we get into and then we're going to get, I want a bride, I'm lonely, and all this kind of stuff. And then she gets reinvigorated, and then it's like, all right, we got to introduce her back into the world. Cool. And then all of a sudden I'm going, all right, where's this going? Like, I'm just like, halfway through the second act, I'm like going, I don't know where this is going to be going. Or like, are they going to go on a rampage? And they kind of do, but it's not really shown well. I don't know. Like, there's so many things, so many questions when it comes to The Bride, but what can you do? But anyways, I'm going to start bringing some peeps in. Returning to the Vodka stream, we got Slav. What's happening, sir?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. How you doing, man?
I'm good. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. I figured, after the madness of this week, I was like, you know what? I get Slab back on here, because obviously
I'm always good for some controversy, aren't I?
Yeah, you're always good for some controversy. And like I said, I saw you in the chat too, and I'm like, I'm curious to get some of your theories when it comes to the Lanterns trailer and everything, being a big supporter of the DCU and everything. So, I was like, perfect for your return. So, but how are things? How is the channel? How's everything going?
Everything's going pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'm focusing more on the channel because I got laid off a month ago, so that sucks.
What? Oh no, that sucks.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
Yeah. So everything's okay. And
yeah, everything's good.
Yeah. Fucking A. I mean, that's the way the world is right now. It's like anybody. I mean, I worry about it with my job. I think I'm good for a little bit, but man, sometimes I'm just like wondering. I'm in a technical kind of space when it comes to my job, and as of right now, everything's good. But I don't know if there was any kind of effect like that. When it came to your profession,
it's just the type of industry I was in. So
yeah. So I mean, hey, like I said, I mean, I've noticed that you've gone, by your Twitter, that you've been hitting the channel and videos like full force.
Yeah, I mean, while I'm looking for another job, why not?
Yeah, I know that's what you got to do, and then obviously it could benefit. You never know what could happen. Video can blow up.
I mean, that'll never happen for me, but
Oh, come on, be positive. You gotta think positively and gotta put it out there, man.
You gotta manifest it.
Yeah, you gotta manifest. I mean, sometimes you do. You never know what could happen. I mean, it does happen. It does happen where sometimes I'm like, this shit's not gonna go anywhere. All of a sudden, oh, okay. Especially when it comes to YouTube Shorts. I don't know how heavily you do YouTube Shorts, but
I really do. Like, I just clip my shows. Like, I use that Opus clip and just throw stuff in and do it. I don't like focus on shorts. I've been thinking like I need to, but
you probably should. Because I'm not gonna lie, like I was like, what is this? Crap. And then when I started doing it, I was like, man, you know what? Sometimes, especially if you do some, and yeah, like the current news stuff will like, get a spike maybe. But if you do something where it's like that could, be out there for a bit, like I sometimes on my streams, I'll just like, hey, look at this art right here, or look at, somebody removed the fucking underwear from this Superman costume or whatever the hell, and those ones just blow up because they'll just be for some reason I'll see them spike and then they'll disappear and then they'll spike again. It's kind of crazy. Like if you just like do random stuff in this space, I don't know. It's such a weird thing to, and then sometimes shit just doesn't go anywhere. But you just never know,
Yeah.
Yeah. But sorry to hear that, man. But glad you're doing good. We have a Lanterns trailer at least, right?
We do.
We have a Lanterns trailer. And we're gonna bring in Ronan. Ronan, what's happening, sir?
What's up, man? How you been?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Took a little nap.
Yeah.
Prepping some stuff on up, but been an interesting few days for DC if you're a DC fan. Especially the way some of the stuff dropped, because I'm like, wait a minute. There was teased for a day and then someone leaked it, and that's like, okay, we gotta get ahead of the quote unquote ahead of this. So
yeah, that was kind of interesting because I remember like, the tease to the tease came out. And I was like, whoa, here we go. We're finally getting it. And then James Gunn posts like, some Green Lantern, comic book covers and does a whole spiel. Like, can't wait for you guys to see teaser tomorrow. And then all of a sudden I'm seeing on my feed, I'm like, oh, here's more footage. Oh, here's more footage. I'm like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden like, oh, the whole thing just leaked out. And then it was like, okay, it just leaked out. And then I'm like going, and that of course is the day I got my new PC. And I'm going, okay, I'm going to probably record like not my reaction because I just already watched everything, but I want to do a breakdown video. And I couldn't do it right away. I mean, I recorded that thing at like 9 o'clock at night, almost 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, because, setting up the new PC and trying to get everything transferred over and everything and make sure things are pretty good. And I was like, but I mean, at least they leaned into it. I mean, it's like, hey, you wished it into, here it is. It's like, I'm sure they were like, what the fuck? How does that stuff even still happen? That's what's so crazy.
It's bonkers, dude. I do think they should have used their wording better and made it like you willed it into whatever to make it a little lanterns jump. I'm like, whatever. But like I literally was like, oh man, I feel for these just because someone took the time to make that teaser tomorrow ad and when I was like, oh, there goes out the window.
I just like wonder, like, how does that happen? I mean, like, just some person just like, oh, I found it, or like somebody who's like working within that whole little system, and then just go, and they just drag it over to a folder that just gets uploaded to some kind of shared drive somewhere, and then somebody's like, okay, got it, and then they just post it. It's just, or do they do it on purpose? That's the thing. That's another thing. Is like, I think Marvel Studios does things on purpose. I think they leak shit on purpose.
It does happen.
Yeah, so I'm kind of wondering. I'm like, was this on purpose? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Like I said,
I think some intern just forgot to put on unlisted and just did public when he.
That could be that too. Oh, yeah.
I feel bad for that. Like,
because it could be up for 50 seconds and are already like hundreds of people are like, download real quick. So. It could be up for 26 seconds, and people are like immediately they're looking, they're scanning, and they're already downloading and everything like that. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then we got
hey, Christopher, what you up to?
What's up, Christopher?
Oh my god.
Clean shaven Christopher.
And he got the shirt.
No, of course.
I mean,
you
I
got-
try to be topical.
Yeah, you really do. I know. I had 2 Green Lantern shirts, but they were, old. So I actually had one I made, and I was like, so I didn't have any Green Lantern merch to wear tonight. But hey, I knew Chris would be rocking his merch.
I really am not surprised by how fans are acting. Fans be fans at that point. Yeah, I mean, no, nothing surprises me, but I'm like, James Gunn did say many times this was going to be very true Detective-esque, and
he said those words.
Yeah, he said it many times, and then when people say, "Oh, is it going to be not space?" It's like, no, he didn't say that. He just said grounded, but he never said there wasn't going to be. I think we're going to see some cosmic. I mean, for crying out loud, he even mentioned Chip. So, I mean, and then this whole thing.
There's a fucking squirrel. I love that.
Yeah. And then they get in this whole thing. It's like, oh, how's he flying? They need to have the aura. Read comics closer. If you count yourself a fan, read comics closer. That's not always has to be a thing. Even in recent comics, not always a thing.
Yeah.
And I know, Slav, you kind of had a little mishap with a tweet I saw there. Yeah. I don't mean to bring that up, but
I'll take the L and I'll own it.
You have to eat the crow. You have to eat the crow when stuff like that happens.
Look, I mean, I'm a Zack Snyder fan, just specifically with the DC stuff, but I always have to find a way to get at the Snyder bros who want to just trash on anything James Gunn, and I'm gonna walk you through exactly what I did.
So, that's why I wanted to get the whole story.
So, everybody's freaking out about the suits. Everybody's more so freaking out about the no aura around Hal when he's flying. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So they're freaking out about that. So I simply just go into Google and type in Zack Snyder's Green Lantern. That's all I typed in. And obviously the first thing that pops up is Wayne T. Carr popping up. And I'm like, okay, I can't show that. I can't say anything about that because it's cool looking. I like it. I wish we would have seen it. I'm not going to criticize or say anything about that. Yeah. But then I saw the one from the history lesson. I can't remember what that Green Lantern name is.
Alvin Sword. Yeah.
And it was just a shot of him in midair shooting with his, throwing a thing with his ring, and there was no aura around him. So I was like, got him. And I grabbed it and just posted it. That's all it was. It was that fast. And I mean, to be honest, like I've watched Zack Snyder's Justice League a handful of times, but I don't remember every intricate detail. So, I posted, I was like, look, you guys want to complain about no aura? Well, look, Zack Snyder didn't have any aura around his Green Lantern. And people called me out on it. And I owned up to it. I reshared it and said, guys, look, you got me.
Yeah. When he launches in the air, he does have the aura around him. Yeah. I know. When I saw it, I was like, uh-oh. I went,
look,
I remember the scene.
Never mind.
Yeah,
I will never mind somebody calling me out on.
No. Yeah.
About,
yeah. But no, it's great. I saw your follow-up tweet when you said, hey, I'll take the L on this one, and it was just like one of those, like, yeah.
Wait, influencers taking ownership of things and not trying to.
That's why I can't get any bigger because I actually.
Right. I know, but it was good on you that you were like, oh yeah, hey, I'll take the L because I forgot, that when he does launch in the air, he does do that. And I mean, I even had that, like when I saw, I don't know, I really like when he just launches up in the air because I think they did a good job of how they cut it to, because I'm like wondering, I want to see the behind the scenes of how they achieved the shot because obviously Kyle Chandler has to do a thing and he does get lifted up in the air. And then it's spliced with some VFX of him just swooping off. And I'm like, cool. But I'm kind of going also, I'm like, well, what if when we see the final product, he does have a little bit of green around him? And maybe like in this teaser.
Well, again, then he's James Gunn is listening to Twitter and Reddit,
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
Can't win.
We've seen that before where things in a teaser or a trailer, all of a sudden you get the final thing and it's like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, we're looking at you, Avengers Infinity War. I mean, geez.
Yep.
But that's kind of what I also said in my like, I'm taking the L, but because I can't completely wrong. So, I said, look, this also makes another good point is, you can't take everything for what it just looks like. So if you see a picture on Google or what we're seeing in the teaser, first off, it's 2 minutes and it's all short, quick clips of like 5 seconds, 10-second clips of things.
And it might be a majority from I think it's a majority from the pilot.
Probably all from
they're wearing the same clothes.
First 2 episodes. Yeah. So you can't take everything just like, hey, this is what it is, because then you get into a situation like I got into where I have to take an L.
And Slav, you said a key word there. I just want to emphasize what you said. It's very important that people listen. Teaser. Teaser.
What? What is it?
Also, boys, is it weird that, like, much like Chris said, like, I had my expectations set when they said True Detective, and they said like a mystery on Earth. So I had my expectations set or potentially lowered for any space stuff. So when I see him flying, when I see the ring, when I see the suits, and when he mentions a fucking squirrel, that got me giddy because I'm like, yo, you're doing the squirrel? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm old or whatever, but I'm like, that got me hype. The tease of that, I'm like, okay, good enough.
Yeah, no, you bring up a good point, and we're gonna bring on somebody else right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's up, Phil? He's got the green going on too.
He's got aura.
Yeah.
Is he farming that aura?
Yeah.
Are you farming it?
I mean, do you want me to stand up like Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Because I could do that.
Oh, please.
That'd be
Put it out there, please.
I'm shocked. Actually, no, I'm not shocked. You know who that character is because you are an administrator of some sort. So, yeah, we talking about Green Lantern? Could have fooled me. Could have fooled me. Could have fooled me. It was also Gallon Yar in the history lesson. It's not.
Yeah. I said the wrong one. Sorry. Yeah.
No.
Gallon. Yeah. What's his name again? Gallon
Yar.
Gallon Yar. That's right.
So
right.
Gallon Yar shows up in that scene. Kilowog is
the
dead
first
in
the Green Lantern that gives Hal Jordan the ring is Alvin Stewart. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, because he's technically he's the first Green Lantern, which that was what was really cool about having him in the history lesson of like, oh yeah, he's like the first Green Lantern that was in the books or whatever the hell, and they made him look like him and everything, and I was like, oh yeah, that was pretty cool to see that. But yeah,
I mean, I don't know how true this is, but allegedly before the fiasco, the ending that Zach wanted was Bruce Wayne meeting 2 Green Lanterns. Now I've heard it multiple ways of which 2 Green Lanterns it was supposed to be.
Definitely John Stewart. Yeah.
I've heard that. I've heard Tomare Kilowog. I've heard Hal Jordan, and I'm like, I don't really give a shit personally because if you just show me a Green Lantern and a Justice League movie, I'll be fine. And he showed me 2, so I'm not going to complain. And that whole I've seen on threads people reacting to the garbage reactions of Lanterns, and one thing I keep seeing is like, oh, Snyder did this in his fucking front yard, and this is a multi-million-dollar studio. And I'm like,
stop it.
Just fucking stop. Because the photo he even showed on his phone was probably something that he did in a situation where millions of dollars were involved to edit the damn thing into a fucking picture to begin with. So this whole notion of like, oh man, he did this in his driveway. I'm like, context fucking matters, guys.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I know, I kept seeing the meme from Iron Man and like, Tony Stark did this with a bucket of scraps. And I saw a lot of that, which I'm like, okay, first off, I'm like, yeah, the picture is glorious and everything like that.
Looks
but then
great.
I'm seeing people that are like making it sound like he made like this whole like crazy cinematic scene that is out there somewhere. And I'm like, no, there was no VFX that was applied to it. He shot the scene, he went rogue with it, which was cool, which I love that. And then of course he had somebody Photoshop, the costume on to Wayne and then the background and everything like that, just to get that. And then of course he had it on his phone and then he released it finally. And there's still people out there that say like, oh yeah, this was a fan edit. It's like, no, it's not a fan edit. Like he actually had somebody do that. But then there's people out there that think there's like complete footage of that and that it's like something like, but I'm like, that was a tone of this, which looks great, fine. And then we have a different tone over here, which is the tone that we've been sold from the very beginning, that it's like this Midwestern murder mystery, true detective buddy cop thing. And I'm like,
And I think
that's
I even
exactly what
talked
this
to you about
teaser gave me.
I think
And
I
even
even
think
talked to you
about
about
it-
this.
And even
'Cause,
think
like-
about the juxtaposition between spacemen, cowboys. That's what this is. This is a, they don't want those spacemen there. They're the cowboys or the lawmen at that point. That seemed to be also a cool kind of, motif that they're going for.
Yeah. I was kind of talking to Dave about this yesterday. I think it's actually just kind of smart to take this route with the IP of Green Lantern in general, because, you kind of want to distance yourself from that movie. And I think, that movie, for all it's, it's got good things in it, but it's not a particularly great comic book film, right? And it's pretty generic in terms of what it tries to do. It's just very like, okay, here's Green Lantern, look at what they do, here's how they operate, and it's very flashy, it's very over the top, it's very CGI heavy, and it's just very meandering in a lot of ways. And then you get to this, and I think the focus is less is more, and I think that's actually really smart, because we're focusing, instead of like the aspect of how powerful Green Lantern is, we're focusing on the relationships between a old dog who is probably out on his way and not capable of learning new tricks, teaching the incoming pup the ropes of what it means to be a Green Lantern. And I think that when you focus on, Hal and John as a unit, that is far more interesting than say, going off into space and just being space cops in random sector, what the fuck ever, even though it would probably fall under 2814 if you read Green Lantern comics. But even still, like, I don't know. I just think like going less is more in terms of execution with the Green Lantern stuff right now is smart. And also even calling it lanterns is even more broad, because then you are allowed the option of possibly including the color spectrum of other lanterns like red, yellow, et cetera, et cetera. And I have feelings about that for other reasons, but that it just kind of comes with the territory of Green Lantern. If you know the history, you know why. And to me, I just think that this, honestly, I'm going to be brutally honest, I think this show is probably going to be the best written thing that comes out of DC Studios so far.
And you could be right.
I could buy that.
I mean, I think a lot of people have been really anxious. I mean, that's why it's just like, okay, we've had this still image of them walking down the street. Can we get something else? And then we got other things. We got some other footage when it came to, what was it, CCXP or whatever. I don't know. It was something where we got a little bit more. And then all of a sudden, finally, we get a full teaser. And again, this is what was being sold to me. So I was like, yep, I'm all for it. But, and like you said, Phil, we talked about this. It was like, yeah, I mean, most of this footage is probably from that first episode.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
and there's 8 episodes. We have to remember that there's 8 episodes. And even the showrunner, I forgot his name, was saying like, oh yeah, there is definitely going to be some intergalactic, there's going to be some things. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, they're not going to, if you're going to have an entire Green Lantern series out in the cosmos with full on VFX and all this kind of stuff, it's like, well, the budget would have been twice as much. We already know like that no matter what, like, yeah. I mean, there was even like when John Campea was talking about James Gunn going out, which of course that's a whole other topic we could talk about. That one of the things is like, oh yeah, he's been restrained because of for budget and stuff like that. So yeah, no shit. Anybody in that position would be, because obviously Warner Brothers, they've had some issues when it comes to this. So yeah, there's going to be budget constraints. So you're not going to be able to have like this VFX bonanza of like intergalactic series that every episode takes place out there with green screens and visual effects and mocap.
They can't treat Green Lantern like Paramount treats Star Trek or how Disney treats Star Wars.
Yeah.
Green Lantern just is not at that same level of popularity. No. And I hate saying that, but it's just the truth. Like there are DC characters that just outclass the Green Lantern core entirely. Like it's not even a matter of like numbers. It's just true. Like, go ask anyone who their favorite DC hero is. Chances are you'll get Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash before you get a Green Lantern fan. I guarantee you.
Yeah, Green Lantern's like an interesting. It's an interesting one. And we're gonna bring in William and Taladia. What's happening, guys?
How come I couldn't come in solo and introduce myself? You had to bring in Taladia. I'm just kidding.
Hey.
I'm just kidding.
You guys both arrived at the same time, so I'm sorry.
It's a double whammy.
It's so good, man. So good.
Good to see you guys.
What's
Good
up,
to see
boys?
you guys.
Hey.
What's up?
What's going on?
Yeah, William, you actually, you have a little like crazy thing that's happening with your sci-fi center, huh?
Yeah, moving 100 feet, literally, but downstairs. Yeah, we're moving this whole entire operation downstairs after 8 years in this location with a busted elevator for 2 of those years, but that got worked out. Yeah, in 114-degree heat at sometimes.
Oof.
That wasn't working out. So,
does the leaky roof have any influence of whether or not you're moving buildings?
He's not moving.
There's a couple of things that do, because that this situation with the new owner, see, the county purchased our building,
okay,
and they're replacing the entire roof.
Oh,
because it can no longer be fixed. If this building was built in 1962, and the way you replace a roof, the kind of roof that's up here, you can't patch it up anymore. There's you have to replace it. Yeah. So they're clearing out this top floor until that's done, and then the elevator situation was a situation that came on later. And then in Vegas, believe it or not, there's only one company that can work on elevators, not just any elevator. Elevators like from the hotels, offices, anywhere. There's only one certified company that does it. So it takes forever, and then you have to wait to get it. So there's a whole bunch of stuff, and we made our case to where it's okay. I want to stay in this plaza, and most of my time in business has been spent in this plaza. So we negotiated the move, and I finally got it. So yeah. Be as soon as I'm, probably sometime tonight, I'll move the smaller stuff, but I got a plan to move the bigger stuff, and we should be open by next Friday. So this will be the last rocket stream from this location.
Interesting.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. It should be better for business being on the first.
Yeah, by about 40%.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Doing the numbers. Yeah, I like it. Well, that's good, man. I'm happy for you. When I saw you post your video on Twitter, I was like, cool, man. I like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of negotiation to get that done.
Oh, I'm sure it was a pain, but and then of course we're bringing in what's up, Ben?
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Whoa.
What's going on, everyone?
Going pretty good. We're just, we're talking about, I don't know, something happened this week. I don't know. Do you know something happened this week?
Something with aura related?
Something that was missing green.
Yeah.
Apparently. And to be honest, I when it comes to people are like, there's like no green. I mean, I made a joke because they released like a still shot, a cool shot of like, which I used in the thumbnail. I just out the two. Where it showed Hal and John in the bar, and I was like, yeah, you could see like the bottles behind that said green. I was like, guys, we got green right there. Of course.
And he is holding a green lantern too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we do see a green lantern. We do see it. I think the lantern looks pretty cool. I mean, we got John holding. I'm really curious because that's the only time you see him without. You see him with wearing like scrubs or something, right? Like he escaped somewhere.
Scrubs or a prison uniform, something like that.
Or a prison uniform, yeah. So I'm like, what is happening there? That's got me intrigued because we saw like behind the scenes of Aaron Pierre wearing that. And it's like, okay, so what's happening with that? That's got me intrigued of where's John being held captive, I guess you could say. And now that we saw the teaser and it's him holding the lantern, I'm like, okay, very interesting. I'm also very intrigued too I love the opening scene because opening of the teaser when they're driving and, John's like, hey, we've been training for 2 months and this, that, and this. I don't even have a ring and blah, blah, blah. And Hal's just like, you're worried about the fucking jewelry? What are we doing here? And then he puts the ring on which we kind of already saw. And then he just obviously does a barrel roll out of the car. And I'm like, how does John, what happens? Obviously, I'm glad they didn't show what happens, but what happens to where John survives that? I'm very curious about.
I just love about the ring
clapping
thing
and be
because
like,
I thought the ring was supposed to pick who's going to bury the ring.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's more of a rite of passage. Okay, now you could get the ring. So it feels like they're changing a couple of things about the mythos.
You think so? You think
in certain stories, the Guardians have been watching him since he was a child.
Yeah.
So they've retconned certain things, and it looks like from this trailer they've taken certain things out of the whole 67 years of it and used them. But that was one of the ones that was the biggest changes after the the changes in continuity.
Well, the one where the watchers are watching Jon Stewart, that's part of the new 52. That's not part of the original Jon Stewart story.
Yeah, in 1971, the Ring does choose him, but after they retconned him, I believe it's the Guardians have been watching him from the beginning, so that's how they know who.
That is correct.
Didn't they say that the Guardians are going to be in here somewhere? Wasn't there a?
I don't know how you don't do a lantern show and not have the Guardians.
Yeah,
They've pretty much
Yeah, I think it was actually confirmed somewhere that they are definitely going to make it. I think the showrunner or whatever. Again, it's like it's so funny because it's like again, this teaser I think I think it's good because I mean as much as like people are fighting about it on Twitter. I mean, you look over on YouTube, it was trending like it was like number 2 at one point. It was going up against Boys season 5 trailer, and it actually was getting more views than that. And then it was more likes than dislikes. So it's just like, oh yeah, the noise is just certainly just on one portion of the internet, and it's just and again, it's like you could sell this thing on just nothing but just Green Lantern stuff where they're just making constructs, they're doing all this and doing all that. I like the fact that it was like, okay, I did not think I was going to see Hal Jordan just leap up into the fucking air. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, he's flying. Yeah. He's flying, guys.
But the aura, Dave. Yeah. The aura.
I know, and I even said that too. I was like, it would have been nice to see a little bit of like something, and maybe we will see it in the final product. Because again, that happens a lot when it comes to this shit. It's like, just show it. We'll add the fucking green later. It's like maybe.
If they did, they would have complained about that, whether how it looked or whatever. You can't make them happy. They're just gonna find something there to nitpick, and they want to be miserable. Let them be miserable.
Yeah.
But no, but I'm like, I mean, this is what it was sold as, and like again, what you said, Chris, at the beginning is like cowboys and spacemen. I mean, it's what it is. And I'm liking that, like the fact that you said that, I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. I like but again, I think this teaser really was trying to emphasize the dynamic between the two leads, and I think they fucking nailed it. They nailed it. Talata, you haven't said anything really yet. How did you feel about?
I mean, for me, I want everybody else to get their say first before I cut to saying. For me personally, I dig the trailer. Like it felt different from a Lantern's the previous Lantern's interpretation.
Yeah.
And for me, it's like it felt like a buddy cop series, like
which is what they were trying to sell. Yeah.
Yeah. It felt like that, and I also really dug that how ruthless Carl Chandler is in this as a Hal Jordan. You've never seen Hal Jordan be that ruthless.
I mean, Hal Jordan's always been kind of a prick. That's not,
he's always been a little douche, bit, but then now we're getting somebody that's like he's dropping F-bombs, and of course I had people like, oh geez, I didn't know this wasn't going to be family friendly. I'm like, it was sold as True Detective. It's True Detective family friendly. I mean, I had somebody like in my mentions going like, what the hell? And I'm like, it was sold as a True Detective.
Peacemaker isn't family friendly. Everyone and their mother watches that, right?
Yeah. I mean, I mean, this is tame compared to Peacemaker, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's just like, but yeah, I was like, yeah, you're gonna. And then I was talking to Scott, and he goes like, he's a military man. It's Hal Jordan. Of course, he's gonna fucking have a potty mouth. And I'm like, yeah, cool, So, let's see, yeah, but who did we just lose?
Ronan.
Oh, Ronan. Yeah. I was like, wait, who did we say? Yeah. Well, he'll be back, of course. But yeah, no, it's
feels like that everything looks so fucking different from one project to another.
I know, of course. I mean, I saw people bring that up too. It's like, you have James Gunn doing everything last year, which is very much his style, Superman and stuff like that. And now we have something, especially, we had Supergirl, we had the trailer, which, still felt James Gunny, You know,
Yep.
this doesn't feel James Gunny. As you know, this doesn't feel James Gunn to me. And I was like, all right, this is exactly what they were selling again from the very beginning. And yeah, it felt different. And yeah, people were like, oh, it's dull and it's this and it's that. And I'm like, the fuck do you guys want?
They don't
They
know.
want a comic book.
No,
They
what
want
they
a comic
want is
book
not
you want.
James Gunn.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
they
that's
want.
what it is. It's
Not James Gunn.
but it's not James Gunn in
But
the
it's
sense
not.
that
It
he's
is.
I don't know.
not
I don't know if it's
directing and
that.
writing.
I've seen a lot of like, oh, you know, I wanted the aura, or I wanted something
Yeah.
like construct. I want, and I'm just like, I am so sick and fucking tired of fanboys getting on
Facts.
YouTube and being like, I wanted this in the Green Lantern trailer. I wanted this. I want that. I'm like, you want a fucking bottle too while you're at it? Good God.
Hey, what happened to artistic
or just
integrity?
make your own fan
Yes.
film. Just make your own fan film. Just go.
Do that
There you
too.
go.
Which
See how well
somebody
that works out
did,
for
and
you.
of course people were saying like that's better than, and I was like, whoa,
Good.
You know what
Watch it.
people should be interested in is the story.
yes,
That's what
Mhm.
Yeah.
and
that's
the
what people
dynamic between the two characters, which is what's emphasized
What a fucking
big
concept.
time in this, and I
Yeah.
think that's what they were trying to do, and I think they nailed it because I think the chemistry between Kyle Chandler and Aaron Pierre is
Yeah.
great. It's fantastic. Like it works. It just feels like it works.
And a great thing is to see the interaction between them. Read the first introduction of John Stewart in Green Lantern. You know, read that introduction when Hal and him meet when he gets the ring. It is a very pivotal, not just like him getting the ring, but also the discussion they both have and how
Oh yeah,
John
They have a
Stewart
lot of race
is
discussion.
yeah.
Yep.
Do you guys know what John Stewart's name almost was?
What?
Lincoln Washington.
I did not know that.
So
Yeah.
I
That's
got
a little bit on the nose.
Yeah,
I
I was
got
like,
this
if it's gonna be a black man, it's gonna be Lincoln Washington.
Lincoln
Well, it's
Washington.
1971 too.
The-
You
the
gotta
day
realize
I
who
got-
we were when it came in.
the day I got this tattoo was the same day I met Neil Adams, and Neil Adams told the story at the comic book store. And basically, what happened was when they were workshopping the names, Julius Schwartz was like, "Well, how about Lincoln Washington?" Neil Adams was like, "Absolutely fucking not. We are not naming our black superhero who's going to be a Green Lantern Lincoln fucking Washington." And Julius Schwartz is like, "Well, what the fuck would you name him then?" And Neil Adams just off the top of his head was just like John Stewart, and that's how it happened.
Basic
Just a
right
random
there.
name.
Yeah.
Pick a name. Nothing too crazy. You know. Just, yeah. You got this Green Lantern, just Hal Jordan, John Stewart. It works. So that's a good story. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Rest in power, Neil Adams.
I will say this: at least these guys have all stopped complaining about his skin tone.
Oh yeah, remember that whole
that
thing?
was weird.
That
was weird.
But you know what came across my feed today? Fucking, I saw what Ethan Van Sciver said about Aaron Pierre, and I just about flipped my fucking shit. I hate Ethan Van Sciver. That dude.
Yeah, that guy's annoying.
Schwartz. Did you see what he said about John? About
No, I didn't see it.
He used the F word, the slur of an F word.
Yeah,
and also called him a homosexual in some regard. And I was just like, wow, dude, holy shit.
Wow.
I was beside myself. I was like, then this guy drew for DC Comics and he's openly spewing this bullshit. I'm like, fuck this. Oh my god.
Why would he? That's crazy.
He was like, oh, I think Kyle Chandler's gonna be a really great Hal Jordan, but Aaron Pierre, that dude's a. And I was like, wow.
That doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't. More.
I think he was just trying to get rage bait right there.
100%.
To be honest, yeah.
100%.
He was just trying to do 100% rage bait. Holy shit!
That's Ethan.
Yeah, that guy. I can't stand that guy. I've seen
Yeah,
seen him come across my feed. I'm like, nah. I just keep scrolling past because I'm like, there's gonna be something ignorant that's gonna be posted right there. But
Not today, Satan. Not today.
And then a video came across my feed. I was like, this is fucking asinine.
Yeah, I know, but there was that whole thing that Aaron Pierre is not, black enough. And I remember when that whole thing happened. I was like, oh, here we go. We're going to this now, and I was like, oh shit. I'm like, this dude has the voice. He's fucking jacked. He's got the prettiest eyes. He's got the prettiest fucking eyes, and I don't care. I have said that before. The dude's got I'm looking at his eyes. I mean, obviously wasn't he a vampire in something? And I was like, yeah, he was in Vampire, I think, in something like that. I don't know, some old movie. And I was like, oh yeah,
He was supposed to be in a Blade movie. He was supposed to be.
Oh yeah, he was going to be in the Blade movie. That's right. He was
supposed to be a
Blade
vampire.
movie that was announced 7 years ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm just like, no, I think this guy's gonna kill it. But yeah, I didn't. When they started saying that, what do they call that, colorism or something like that, where it's like, you're not, the shades and stuff like that, where people are like, I'm like, and of course they compare it to Wayne T. Carr because he's darker, and I was like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing here? And then of course people are saying like, look how he's drawn, he's supposed to be. And I'm like, good Lord. Yeah, I remember when that whole debacle happened, and I was like, I commented about it, and then I'm like, then I just left it alone because I'm like, ugh. Rebel Ridge. I never watched Rebel Ridge. That's on Netflix, right?
Good movie.
Pretty good movie.
Yeah, it's a really good movie.
It's a decent movie, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would safely say that is probably the movie James Gunn probably watched and went, "There's my Jon Stewart."
Yeah. I think he's like a military guy in there, right?
The character is basically Jon Stewart.
Yeah,
more or less.
Yeah, his backstory.
I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it. Maybe I'll put it on this week.
Minus the architect, it's basically Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Cool.
And
I'll
the cousin.
Also, another Watchmen, the TV show connection. Don Johnson's in it too. So just heads up.
That's right. Yeah,
Wait,
right.
Is Don Johnson in this series too?
I remember. Yeah, I remember hearing he was cast. Yeah,
he was in Watchmen, but he was also in the Netflix movie Rebel Ridge. He
is.
Yeah,
but is he
he's not in Lanterns?
Oh no, I don't think
No,
so.
I missed that one. Wow.
Yeah.
No, but he worked with Lindelof on Watchmen, the TV show. He was
he was on Watchmen.
It's the best superhero TV show I've ever seen.
It is. Well, it's up there.
It's in the conversation. I would say it's in the conversation of best DC TV show. Yeah.
And see, and that's the thing. I even brought that up too because
that's not a high bar though.
Yeah. But I was like, I brought this up like when it came to, when people are like obviously passing around this, Damon Lindelof clip that from last year where he was on stage and he was like, oh, we took the green out of it because it's stupid. And people were taking it way too seriously. And I'm like, dude, this guy, like, hey, let's relax a little bit because, the guy made Watchmen, and the reason why it was a sequel series because he even said, he quoted saying, Zack Snyder nailed Watchmen. We can't do anything better. So we're going to do a sequel series. He is like, and that's what was kind of cool when I was seeing that being passed around. Like, well, wait a minute. He actually, the reason why they didn't just like redo Watchmen, obviously they did an animated version or whatever the hell, like eventually, but when it came to the series, they were like, no, we're going to do a sequel series because what Zach did was, that was perfect. Yep. We're not going to be able to capitalize on that. So let's just do a sequel series, and then of course, he's even posted that he was a Snyder Cut fucking supporter as well, so. The dude is like if you want to get into the discourse of everything, the dude is, he's a fan. He's a fan when it comes to all that. And he's not trying to step on any toes. And again, that clip that was going around, I was like, when I first saw it, I went, all right, yeah, it doesn't sound good, but I'm like, I need more context. And then I'm like, and I started getting more context and I saw more of the video and I'm like, okay, he was not being serious, guys. He doesn't think that the green is actually stupid. There's literally a line in the teaser that it goes, I'm Hal Jordan, Green Lantern. It almost Kyle Chandler could have winked at the fucking camera after he said that because
did.
Yeah, but I thought it was kind of cool. I was like, I like that he said that. And then all of a sudden you see him like fucking up that guy but I was like, come on, guys, let's not go too crazy with it. But I am curious about that scene.
There's one shot in that trailer that I'm really wondering about, and it's the shot where Jon Stewart is being held down, and he's got some kind of device up to his head, and it's got a yellow energy.
Yeah, so that.
If that is tied to Sinestro in some way, shape, or form, I will not be surprised because they did not show him at all in this trailer.
No, they
didn't. I think was smart. I think that was absolutely smart because if you want to have surprises, that's definitely a surprise you want to keep under wraps for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that I saw, I think I even pointed this out, Dave, and he talked about it, the fact that there were multiple suits in the closet.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk about the suit. Oh, boy.
And even that suit, I think that aesthetically the suits kind of look like the Earth One suit a little bit, but not entirely. I think they're doing their own thing with it. But I will also say that I think this suit looks a lot better than whatever Guy Gardner was wearing in Superman.
That's the greatest Green Lantern suit ever.
Yeah, disagree completely.
It's a Master of the Lord suit. It's not even a full-on fledged Green Lantern suit. It's a bastardized one.
I'll be brutally honest. I was expecting Guy Gardner to wear a vest, and he didn't. I'm kind of shocked he isn't. Maybe he'll get one.
Next time you see him,
he would by the end of the film.
Well, because they're still under Master of the Lord. I bet you the next time you see him, and they're not, if he's not part of that organization, whatever it is, he'll be wearing.
Well, the next time we see him, we'll be in this series.
Yeah, with those with those boots, some big fat boots.
Maybe.
Now,
when he said that he's the only human, could this show be taking place before Superman?
That's the thing.
I think so.
Phil and I were talking about this behind the scenes a little bit too, or like we were texting about it. It's like maybe, is he just telling him because he knows about Guy Gardner and he can't stand the dude, or he hasn't met him yet? No matter what, when we finally get that introduction with Hal and Guy, Hal is gonna rip him such a new fucking asshole. He's not. I mean, it's gonna be the likable asshole versus the unlikable asshole.
Yep.
And it's just gonna be very interesting to see that dynamic while Jon Stewart's in the middle of it. I'm like going, okay, that's what's gonna be very interesting. Does he choose not to believe that there's somebody else, another human that has a ring, or has he just not met Guy yet?
Or you might be a replacement for one of them.
You what?
Remember, in comics, Guy replaces John replaces Guy Gardner because Guy Gardner gets injured. So Hal might not even be. This may all be taking place in the past, and Hal might either be dead or not available by the time we get to present DCU. That's a possibility as well.
Or he just considers Guy a joke and doesn't consider him a true lantern.
A true lantern.
Yeah, because I remember at the end of the trailer it said that he's the only human Green Lantern, and that
what if they kind of changed the story of Guy Gardner to be more like Alan Scott? Would that piss anybody off?
Oh, that would definitely.
Oh yeah, that would piss them off.
No, I'm saying the other fans would piss off.
Yeah.
You just give him another reason to be mad, Slav.
I know, but if you're talking about like us, like for me, anytime that any of the creators decide to change the lore, I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Like I'll be like, change it. I'm perfectly fine. If it works within the story, then it works. Like I'm perfectly okay with it. But if it doesn't work, then I'm gonna be like, why'd you do that? So, but I'd be okay with it. But I don't think that's gonna be. I don't know. It's gonna be very interesting to see, that dynamic, because then we're gonna get Guy Gardner, just because even like Nathan Fillion said, like, we cuss a lot. He said that they cuss a lot, and then I'm like, and then after seeing the teaser where we got Hal potty mouth cow. I don't even think Jon Stewart. I think Jon Stewart's probably not going to even drop any F-bombs. He's going to be like the hey, I'm going to be the more reserved type. Maybe he eventually will. It'll be like eventually, like when something happens, he's going to drop an F-bomb. But we're going to see that dynamic of like the soldier who's like, all right, I'm a straight shooter, disciplined, even though military, I mean, come on, those guys are potty mouths like fucking crazy.
I mean,
William.
You have two different. You have one guy. They're both military officers. One guy has seen it all. He probably started off like Jon Stewart, but he's seen things that Jon Stewart can't imagine at this point. Jon Stewart, as you look at the evolution throughout the character, he changes. Yeah. He changes throughout. The more he sees, the more he changes. So they're at that point in their careers where the discipline was there with Hal Jordan, but he's more of a Pete Mitchell, a test pilot guy, whereas you have a high-strung Marine that discipline is everything about being a Marine. Right. So that is reflected in this teaser for sure.
Yeah, they're both very different in their military upbringings. Hal was a fighter pilot, John was a Marine, so there is natural clash that is going to happen there.
Yeah, and then Hal's very cocky and John's a straight shooter. I know, Chris, you have to take off soon because you got an early day tomorrow. But anything you want to any closing words you want to say about the teaser?
I'm intrigued. Again, it's I'm always been a fan of Kyle Chandler, and he's perfect casting for what they're trying to do with Hal. I hope he survives because I want to see more of it. I don't want this to be the only time we see Hal Jordan in the DCU. If it is, so be it. I want ring it true at that point. I'm excited for Aaron Pierre. what we've seen, I've seen him in different things. Yeah, he's going to be a great Jon Stewart. Again, it's a teaser. We don't know the full story. We have ideas of what the story is going to be. The next trailer is going to give us, and probably finally give us, a date in August of when this series is finally dropping. I think they're just kind of waiting and seeing exactly kind of timing on with Supergirl, how much longer after Supergirl did they want to hold it at that point to kind of make that big push to own the, you know, HBO on Sunday nights. You know, that it's going to be a Sunday night show, just like Penguin was.
Yeah.
And I think that's smart too. And I think, like, you know, again, with a teaser, you don't want to get too comic booky, you know, and we have to remember
they got to hook
that
the GA.
The general audience is like, and I thought it was like a pretty good balance. I know.
Sorry.
Not your fault.
No, I know. I know why you do. I know why you hate it.
Yeah. But I think it was like a pretty good balance of like, hey, you know, you could show this to any normie who has no idea who the fuck Green Lantern is and is kind of intrigued by, okay, you got these two guys. What's up with this ring? What the hell? Huh? Whoa, he just flew. What the? You know, it's like anybody who doesn't know any lore or anything like that kind of goes, huh? All right. That I'm kind of quite, you know, intrigued. So
and again, you cast the right people. You cast Kyle Chandler. He's known. It's kind of one of those guys, everyman, travel man, and then Aaron Pierre, who has been rising through the ranks at that point, and you're getting both the male and female audience with him.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Oh yeah, I've seen the thirsty fucking tweets out there. That's for damn sure. But
they know what they were doing.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing, you know. So, but anyways, Chris, yeah, thank you for joining for the time that you could. I know you got a busy weekend, so.
Yes, but I will see you all next week. But have a great weekend, all, and look forward to seeing you on the replay.
All right, take it easy,
Chris.
Later.
Take care, Chris.
Take it easy. But yeah, so I mean, I had a theory that like when it comes to the costume that we see, I mean, you know, I'm like questioning whether that's actually Hal's. You know, there was like I started, you know, my brain started going, you know, different directions. At first, I'm like going, well, maybe, you know, they're investigating this murder that obviously has somebody with abilities, and it could be Sinestro doing some crazy shit. And then we got this Anton, whatever guy, or I don't know what it is, that one dude. And I'm like going, well, maybe like somebody's trying to impersonate like a lantern to, I don't know, maybe there could be something like that, and that's why they have a physical suit. And then, of course, there could be like something with Alan Scott. Maybe it's an Alan Scott like old suit that they found that was just like hidden in a closet forever. I don't know. Like I said, I was just like theories that I was having, and I'm like going, I just do not think that's actually Hal Jordan's suit.
Well, it could be like, and it doesn't make a difference because it's I don't know who said at the beginning. It's all about the story. Like this,
well, of course, yeah, but of course, everybody's talking about the suit. You know?
Yeah, like the whole thing, the shot could be a very much be a flashback. Yeah, the whole thing about the him flying away without the aura, like we don't know if the VFX is not really finished, and that's gonna get added later on. Like all this stuff that everybody is arguing about is just like so
nitpicky,
repetitive. Because every time something drops, whether it's Marvel or DC, like we get this vitriol reaction from the fans about every little thing that they don't agree with.
Especially when it comes to the suit, man. I mean, anytime you get a costume, and you know, you know, it's funny because you know when they revealed the Superman suit, I mean, we all kind of went, "Oh, okay." You know, it was like I think there was like a lot of people that kind of went, "Okay, not the best reveal," and it was kind of interesting. When it came to this, it was just literally just like hung up in a closet, and you see it for 1.5 seconds, and it was just like, "Oh, cool." And then I even posted like so I was like, "Yeah, it doesn't look great, but you know, if I would like to see it on Hal." But then I started going, "Well, maybe it's not even Hal's suit. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. Who knows?" And then of course, obviously with AI and everything, people are already putting it on Kyle Chandler, and some of it looks really bad. And then of course people are like adding more green to it to make it look better, adding like more effect. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, within like 30 minutes after the fucking trailer came out, people are like, it should look like this. We are in that era of Now, when you see a costume, you know, people are just gonna AI the fuck out of it. What are you gonna say, William?
My theory is about the costume. I think he's at some point in his career where he's running out of willpower to be Green Lantern. He's uninspired.
So he can't create the suit.
He no longer spends the energy on things that he may have done it. Whereas when John Stewart gets the ring, his might materialize out of nowhere. It's hard to tell in a teaser, but there is a precedent for him having a physical suit hanging up prior to, after 1959 and beyond, he would have it hanging. And because when he first got the suit, he stole it, off of the originator, and then took the costume and put it on. If you look at the first scenes of Showcase number 22. So
a lot of people didn't realize that there was actual physical suits in the comic books, and I'm like,
yeah, but they want comic.
You guys are just thinking about the 2011 movie again.
And that movie, I don't like that movie. I do mental exercises to forget I watched it. Here's the thing, that movie, there's a reason why I think that movie didn't do well. Listen, a comic book is a comic book. The way it reads, the way it comes together is completely different than something that an average Joe has to relate to while still adapting it. And I don't think a lot of people do that. And I've seen some of the worst things from people posting online saying, how come they couldn't do this? Was this so hard? And I'm like, yeah, in your brain space in here. But now I got to get the other 98% of the population to relate and buy in. And I think that's where 2011, it just hurts my eyes. And I like all the individuals that were in it. There were some good things in that movie, but it just doesn't come together as a movie. It comes together as a motion comic. So, and I think that's where this is more than
and I really think that Martin Campbell was trying to do something really good there. But at the same time, he had studio interference. Guy with the ball cap was also fucking things. That's where he was really starting. That was his first introduction. And that was when Jeff Johns was really getting into the movie.
Also, Greg Berlanti and Michael Green and Mark Guggenheim wrote a completely different script for that Ryan Reynolds signed on to do.
Yeah.
And then once Greg Berlanti got fired from that movie, brought in Martin Campbell, everything changed. Ryan Reynolds was contractually obligated to do that movie no matter what. And it fucking sucked. But
he met his wife.
Right. Not all was lost with that movie.
Yeah, I know. But
to your point, though, that is where Jeff Johns started getting a little, I know better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I mean, like when I start, and like I said, I tweeted out when I saw that when I saw people that were all of a sudden, when I see certain fans going like, oh yeah, Sasha Kaya, she is the Supergirl. When the Supergirl trailer came out, I'm like, oh, this is so the hypocrisy here, because when Flash was coming out, everybody like these people were fucking shitting on that. Now all of a sudden it's like Sasha Kaya is like their Supergirl, because now even though we have a Supergirl that this one is, James Gunn was like, we're bringing the blonde hair and the skirt back and the high boots. We're doing that. We're doing that for sure, which nothing against Sasha Kaya. I think she could have been a great Supergirl. And it sucks that she didn't get more time, because I think she could have been something pretty great. But I was immediately going like, all right, I already know the Ryan Reynolds, Green Lantern glazing tweets are already being written right now when the Lanterns trailer drops. And then sure enough, I'm seeing that. I'm like going, Jesus Christ, guys. I'm not saying that movie is completely a shit show, but there's some cool things in there. And I've always been a Ryan Reynolds fan.
The horror is pretty cool.
Yeah. But I mean, there's some things that where you just,
I don't think there was like a truly Peter Sarsgaard as Hector Hammond was pretty bad, but outside of that,
that was bad.
Outside of that, look,
it was funny because he's in The Bride. When I was watching The Bride last night, I was like, oh yeah, he was.
And he's also in the Batman as well, so another piece of DC legacy casting. But
the way they portray Parallax is what fucked up that movie.
There's yes, making Parallax essentially a knockoff of Galactus from Fantastic Four Wizard was a giant mistake. But you had fucking Mark Strong there as Sinestro, and that is of all the flaws in that movie. Of all the flaws in that movie, he was not one of them.
No,
not at all.
He's flawed. He would have been.
He would have been great, and that post-credit scene stinger is one of the most heart-wrenching ones ever made. Because You watch that and you're like, oh, this could be epic, and you're not getting anything from it.
Oh yeah, when he puts on the and he turns yellow. Oh,
yep.
It's
Yeah,
like
that was a redeeming quality, but yeah, he's the best thing about the movie.
That's a great post credit little freaking
that costume, that Green Lantern costume.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, it's kind of I still remember when, you know, I mean, this is like obviously social media was still, you know, social media was becoming a thing, and back in 2010 when this movie's been, I remember seeing behind, I think it was like Entertainment Weekly or something like that. I think I saw it in an actual magazine, or maybe it made its way online. But I remember seeing like, oh yeah, Ryan Reynolds was like, and he had the mocap PJs like partially on, and it was like kind of like one of those things like, oh okay, so it was like one of those, oh, so the Green Lantern costume's not going to be like an actual they're not going to make an actual costume. Interesting. It was kind of like one of those, oh, is this going to work? Is this not? And the concept was cool. I mean, like, I still like it when he, like, you know, when it's so funny because when he's showing it in front of Taka Waititi, which is so weird. I always forget that motherfucker was
he's in there.
When he does, like, I actually kind of did like that scene where he's like gonna like show him, and then it doesn't work at first, and then he does do it. You know, it's like, oh yeah, and he's like, yeah, I know, right? You know, I was like, all right, cool. And even the opening of that movie where, you know, he pushes the limits when he's like flying, kind of showing that Hal, you know, doesn't really have fear, which of course is like, you know, that's the quality that you want in Hal Jordan, that he's like that, you know. And they did a good job, like, at least with that. But man, does it fall apart like when he
Wally West.
yeah. Yeah, it just starts to just really fall apart when I mean, the whole him getting trained as Green Lantern, that could have been really cool, but it's just so fucking quick. It's a montage.
It could have been
and
longer.
It's like they really could have done, you know, they could have spent more time with that, but you know, they were like, go, we got to get him as Green Lantern. Go, you know. And I actually do like the scene when he shows up to Carol and then she's just like, Hal? She's like, what, did you think that a mask was going to hide like your face? And like, she just totally calls it out like that. You know, I was like, that's funny. Because he even had like a deep voice, like he deepened his voice. And I actually thought that was funny because they were poking fun at like, yeah, this mask is not going to hide the fact that she's not going to recognize somebody she knows, you know. Yeah. She even goes like, I've seen you naked, you know. It's like, I'm like, you know what? I'm like, that's funny. Go ahead, William.
The term comic booky, sometimes when you depends on who's writing it and what they're trying to do. Like you could go comic book accurate straight from the page in some cases. And even then, there's a limit. It all depends on, in my opinion, what that creator is going for versus, you know, like Spider-Man. You look at the original Spider-Man that came out, or not original, but the Tobey Maguire one came out in 2002. There are certain characters where you just have to nail that. But even then, look at the tone and the colors of his suit versus what we finally got at the last scene of Spider-Man No Way Home. A lot of it depends on what the creator is going for. And if you look at Damon Lindelof's Watchmen, there's some ridiculous outfits in that series, but it's in the context of what the story he was trying to tell. And I saw these reactions, and I'm like, shit, it's a teaser, man. You don't know why that suit looks like that or what's going on. And man, people are going to war. And then, like I said, you have the fan bases. And I try to sail in these in different waters now, because you have the one people who are going to bring up, you know, the waging car because, you know, bad management screwed them out of, you know, the ending of that story. And then you got people who on the other, they're trying to antagonize those people. And it's like, wow, it was 2 minutes of just images and the whole aura thing. Guy Gardner doesn't have an aura during the entire time I was looking at him in Superman, but nobody was bringing that. I was
nobody
like,
bat an eye, yeah. Nobody.
Yeah.
Wait, are you telling me like all they did was point out what there's consistency in the DCU? What?
It's not even. It's anger. We're not having a comic book character conversation at some point. We're having a war, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to fight no more wars.
Yeah,
no. It is, and that's what it is. It is a war, like to the point. I mean, like, and it sucks to be, you know, caught in the middle of it when, I'm not. I obviously you guys, we're all Snyder fans here, and we're all just kind of like, yeah, okay, we had that, and then we're having this, and we're kind of just like, now we're going to be discussing this, and it's not. And when I see people like going, oh my god, like this over here was so much better, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Zach knows how to shoot some good shit. I get that, but I mean, I brought up so many times. I'm like, when I saw a tweet that said like, oh yeah, they didn't want Zach to use Green Lantern because they had other plans. Here's the other plans. I'm like, this is not what the other plans
were.
Those
guys are gone.
I'm like, you're talking about 10 years ago. This is Jeff Johns said he had other plans. Jeff Johns was going to direct. I think he was actually set to write and direct the Green Lantern Corps movie. If I'm not mistaken, I think when they announced it, he was at least going to write it. I think he was actually going to try to attempt to direct. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't going to direct, but I know he was going to write the Green Lantern Corps movie, and that's why they didn't want Zach to use John Stewart. And then I'm just like going, if they allowed Zach to do John Stewart, I mean, and then we wouldn't have had the Wayne T. Carr like image, because he wouldn't have had Wayne T. Carr, because he wouldn't have went rogue and try to, he had to get somebody to do that. I'm like, and when I see people just go like, oh yeah, I'm comparing it to Snyderverse. I miss Zach for, this whole like Snyder stuff. And I'm like, for the Green Lantern stuff, I'm like, I think Zach could have done really good things with Green Lantern, but there's not much to compare to when you only had Yalan Gore, whatever his name is,
Yalan
history lesson, which was cool. And I love the fact that I love it when you have that shot of the ring where Darkseid almost grabs the ring, and he like almost grabs it and then gets shot by an arrow. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. We had a cool little Green Lantern scene, but that's all like we really got. When I see people that are like heavily comparing, I'm like, why are you heavily comparing it to that? I can understand heavily comparing to the 2011 movie because that's a full fucking movie. But when you're comparing it to like this and then comparing it to a still image, I'm like, it's just not a good argument to have in these little fandom wars. It really is.
It was consistent with the story that Zach was telling. That Green Lantern, the way it would have looked and felt was consistent with the story that he was telling. So say that story runs it to fruition, you get everything out of it, and he goes on to do something else, and they do what they originally were going to do, which was restart the universe. You're going to get different creators, and you just got to. To me, I always say let the creator create.
Yes.
And Lindelof, I trust Lindelof more than I trust fans. Zack Snyder and he did something that I thought was unachievable, and that was tell a Watchmen story, given what Watchmen means to the lore. And both of those guys, in their own way, did something that I think was impossible. And Damon Lindelof has he lost me a little bit with Lost and some of it, but Leftover I wanted more Watchmen. I the only thing that angers me about Damon Lindelof is I didn't get more Watchmen, because that last scene, that's like the Sopranos black screen for me.
Yeah, that felt like a setup the entire time.
What happened?
I love that show so much because it evokes the spirit of the original novel in so many ways.
Yeah,
because that novel ends in such a way where you're just like,
what the
do I want more?
Yeah,
is there more? Can you do more? Right? And Damon Lindelof literally answers that question in the same way years and years later, and he ends that story in a very similar fashion of like, do you think she is or is she not? And it's so well done. And I love that about that show so much. And the fact that he is doing this show, I'm like, thank fuck he's finally doing something like with like DC proper, not something that's kind of outside of the main universe, but like straight up in line with DC. And it's just very reassuring to me that someone like Damon Lindelof is handling something like Green Lantern, because I don't know that anyone else on that writer's room could have handled it, but we'll see.
Episode 5 of that show, by the way, A Little Fear of Lightning, where they show you the squid monster, or they show you the aftermath. That's one of the best episodes of any superhero series I've seen.
I would
Squid Rain too.
The only one I would say that's better than that is the Origin of Hooded Justice.
That was one that was hard to do. Wow, that one, yeah.
That goes down as like one of the greatest retcons you could do for a character
That
ever.
pissed some people off, boy.
Oh,
That
yeah.
shit-
I thought it was fucking genius, though.
Yeah.
So I agree, but man, I remember because it was such a dramatic change.
Yeah.
And then I mean, the usual suspects are like, "What the hell?" And that was a graphic change. They weren't fucking around. That show did not fuck around with anything. He told. They basically said, "Do whatever the hell you want," and he did it. And Jeremy Irons is it. I mean, that whole sub story with Jeremy Irons throughout the whole thing with his, with the dog. That everything about that series was top notch. Was top
from
notch.
the get go. From the very get go, when he did the whole Oklahoma riots, that were not a lot of Americans were familiar with, which I thought it was surprising. I like that Lindelof. He likes to draw inspiration from the source material, but at the same time, he grounds it into historical periods of our of the American history. So I think he's just like perfectly placed in this role to be the one to spearhead this series.
I really think that, and I saw like Robert Meyer Burnett kind of like, he was pushing back on a lot of people. I saw his tweets. I think he was on Danny's stream earlier today too. I didn't get to listen to it. I'll probably listen to the playback because, she was kind of pushing back on it a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's why we love Danny. She's a spitfire like that when she, kind of pushes back on things. And I'm kind of curious about their conversation because I was seeing Robert Meyer Burnett, like, like what he was saying is like, well, wait a minute. And he was kind of pushing back. It's like, it's going to be interesting when we see, like, when the actual series comes out and people go, holy shit, and then come back. And I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of that because, again, this is, I mean, I know when there's people out there like, how is it so hard to just like, adapt a comic book? And it's like, yes, it's very difficult. I don't know if you've noticed it because there's been many times where it's failed and there's been many times where it's worked. Yeah, like the MCU got their formula, and guess what happened? The formula started breaking down after Endgame. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Right. And then it's like when it comes to some of these, especially when it comes to DC has been, for Batman, it's been fairly easy. Superman, it's been hard. Other characters been hard. Batman's been the easiest one, and when it comes to some of the off characters, maybe it's been a little easier, but when you have something like Green Lantern, you can't just go like, here's a couple characters, let's go into space. They can just do constructs from the rings. They could think up shit and here we go. No, they were like, all right, well, let's do it like this. And then we'll have these elements in there. And again, when I saw the teaser, I was like, okay, I was like, we saw Hal Jordan just leap up into the air. What? Like it gave me goosebumps, even though we didn't see the aura. I was still like going, fuck. He like literally just like got up, ran, and just fucking leaped up in the air. I'm like, what the hell? So cool.
I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited for it. I said, just get me the lanterns. That's what I've been saying for 2 years now.
I gotta ask. I gotta hear your guys' opinions on this. Yeah. Where do you think this goes? Do you think this will connect well to the larger universe of the DCU? Do you think it's going to lead us to, say, Justice League or something like that? Do you think it's going to lead us into Man of Tomorrow?
There's going to be some breadcrumbs. I think there's going to be some crumbs. I think there's probably going to be some kind of mention depending on where the timeline fits. I'm pretty sure obviously we're going to have Guy Gardner in it. I think I remember even reading a quote or something like that from somebody within the brain trust of this, that it was going to lightly expand
the DCU wide open.
Yeah, like there was going to be something. There's going to be something within this story that is going to expand on something that will lead to something else, but it's not going to be. Again, they don't want the homework aspect of it where it's like you have to watch this or you have to, and it's just Whoa, what's going on, Ronan? You're making noises.
That's wrong.
No, but it has to stand on its own. Like that's the thing that has to stand on its own as a show. But they did say that this mystery involves all of chapter 1, Gods and Monsters.
There you go. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah. So I think what you're saying, Slab. Yeah, I think it's definitely, it's not going to be just its own thing and not going to have any impact to the whole universe. I think this is definitely going to, hopefully lead to something, before James Gunn just, exits DC Studios because he doesn't like David Ellison.
I think to answer that,
the end of this year he'll be gone.
I think he during that announcement he said they discovered something that is gonna blow the whole DCU wide open. Yeah. I think this is the only show that will require you to watch to understand what is going on as far as the entire DCU. Like, they can have contained stories, but still there's a thread that has been discovered on this show that is gonna manifest itself further down the line.
Yeah. No, and
making the rest of it accessible.
Yeah. And then ease into it. Again, ease into it, because when I see people like, it should have been this, it should have been that, constructs everywhere and all this stuff, it's like, ease into it, because again, it's not just the comic book audience you're trying to get everybody. Ease into it. That, again, I'm like going, I actually would love to show that teaser to somebody who doesn't know Green Lantern and be like, hey, check out this trailer, see what you think about it. And when they see fucking Hal Jordan leap up in the air like that, I want to look at them and be like, do you know what's going on? Like what's happening? I kind of just want to, I would love to gauge that reaction, because you can't just have boom and nothing but VFX everywhere and crazy.
It doesn't mean anything. Even in the comic books, the constructs and all that mean something. And when you get into that, I want to see the finished product that I have in my head over what the storyteller is telling you. I think that's where the friction becomes, because everybody's looking at this. They know what Green Lantern they got in their skull, but that's not necessarily what Damon Lindelof or anybody else behind the helm of these things is doing. And rather than let them roll it out and just see, now if you roll it out and you hate it, that's an opinion, that's fine. But we're starting at the phase, and a lot of people do this with these comic book movies and shows. They want that childhood or whatever safe spot in their head to be what that person starts from. And I don't think that's fair to any creator to just start at ground zero with that,
They need to allow the artists, filmmakers to be artists, filmmakers. Yeah. I mean, these group of people who are, not all of them, because I know there's some of them out there that just don't like James Gunn or are not in DCU. So I know they're not all quote unquote Snyder bros or cult members or whatever, but a lot of them are, and they're the ones that sat there for how many years. Artistic integrity, let Zach make his art, and then they turn around and they ask demand James Gunn is fired, demand that this isn't what they were, say this isn't what we want, we demand better. It's like, well, you're not letting the artist do the art. That goes against
let the artists do the art. And again,
they are the loud minority, though. They are the loud minority, because more like we have on the screen.
It is the loud minority. It is the loud minority, and I do get annoyed with that too. It's like, hey, it's all about artistic integrity. Let's let the people create and do their thing.
Bear in mind, these fans, as rabid and goofy and nonsensical as they are, their behavior would not exist if not for the people who lambasted and criticized and bullied them for liking a fucking trilogy of movies online.
I get that.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not going to.
A lot of them are, but the majority, I think there is a huge new. There's a huge amount of newcomers that they just latching on to whatever it was.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that in the slightest, but I would also just say that a lot of toxicity from Snyder fans is born from what happened during Man of Steel and BVS.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Why didn't they turn out like me? I'm just saying, like, I am.
That's a case by case.
The majority of them did. I mean, you got to realize we're talking about the 2%.
A person can be very smart. People are fucking stupid, dude.
Bingo.
It's just the way it is.
I love that Men in Black line is so fucking perfect.
Yeah,
that is like one of the best written lines. I just love that. you know, and it's like, you know, the person's smart, but people are dumb, panicky, and you know it, you know, it's like, you know, explaining. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when things get tribal, I mean, and I've seen it many times too, and I, you know, you see people out there, they get very tribal. But if you were to actually talk to that person individually, private setting, you probably notice that it's not going to be as tribal, and you guys could probably
find a common ground.
Exactly.
And a lot of it is performative. They know.
Performative too.
Monetization all the ways in either direction.
Yeah.
I just want to say, everybody, if you can go to, I don't care if you're living in Nebraska, Timbuktu, San Bernardino, LA, Vegas, if you got a convention near you, a gathering of people, go to there, sit down, wait in a line with those people, and talk about stuff person to person. It's a different conversation when it's in person. It really is.
I mean, I've said it many times. Like when I went to the first Snyder Con, and then when I went to the Full Circle, there were people I met that were absolutely great. They're nice. We had great conversations, stuff like that. Online, they fucking trash me. Like, what? Like, there's been times where that's happened where I'm like, I remember there was like when I specifically remember this back in December. There was an individual who was very nice dude who, like, I remember when I went to the Flash screening, you know, remember when they had those early screenings? Yeah. I actually sat next to him and his wife. Very nice dude. He shared his little Dippin' Dots with me, for God's sakes. And he was at Full Circle, very nice guy. But he got tribal with the sell the Snyderverse guys. Oh, yeah. And as soon as Netflix, when it was announced at Netflix, he was one of the first people to fucking come into my mentions to throw that at me. And I even said, I'm like, dude, we've met in real life. You're a nice guy. Don't be like this. You are not this. Don't be tribal. Like, it was like, yeah, I like literally told him, like, dude, I know you're not this in real life. Why are you like this online? Don't do this, you know? And it sucks that that's the case, that everybody gets very tribal when it comes to all this stuff. And because, like I said, I mean, I've had many conversations with people in real life where it's like, we can have a good conversation. That's why I like when we have people on here who have different opinions on stuff. We can have a good conversation, guys. You know, when we're just beating our keyboards, you know, back and forth, it's different, you know?
It's not personal. Like I said, I've had people come in here who absolutely hate certain types of movies. Yeah. And we can talk about them, and then, you know, we move on to other subjects. And I don't identify. I love Zack Snyder's the majority of his movies. Yeah. But I personally identify. So if you attack his movies, you're not attacking me. You're attacking a director that got paid millions to make a movie, made a product, you didn't like it, and then vice versa. I don't feel the need to defend anything that he did or not like something that's coming out new because I feel like I'm failing some kind of group of people. You know,
failing a litmus test.
Yeah. But when you meet people, you know, you go to conventions, you go to places, or you have a place where common people meet. These are not the conversations that are being had. They come up. The subject comes up, but it's not. I can't block a person in real life. What kind of infantile bullshit is that? We move on to different subject, or we agree to disagree, and then go on to the 80 or 90% of the other stuff that we do like or agree with. It doesn't take up that much. The internet is the filter that fucks it up.
William, it is such a small percentage of online civil conversation. And let me tell you, I actually had a really great civil conversation last night in regards to rewatching The Batman, because that movie turned 4. It's 4 years old as of 2 days ago. So I decided to rewatch it. And I was like, I made a post about it on Threads. Like, I'm watching this movie because Batman is eternally awesome. And someone was like, you know, a really great double feature is, you know, the Batman and Gunn's Superman. And I was like, I couldn't disagree more. And we got into this very civil conversation. I was like, look, I don't really like Gunn's movie because I don't think it does something new or refreshing and has nothing new to say with Superman. And, you know, we had this conversation about why I prefer Man of Steel. It was just a really nice civil conversation about why I prefer one take over the other. And it did not get toxic. It didn't get ugly. It was just like, wow, I respect you for being the way you are. And ultimately the reason I came to that conclusion was because of what I've said before. I spent so much time being on the receiving end of such nonsensical bullshit from people who hate Zack Snyder that I am not going to be that on the other side of the coin towards people who are fans of James Gunn, because that's just not the way I fucking roll.
Yeah.
But it's
I knew we'd get along, Phil. I knew we'd get along, Phil.
Yeah, no, that's what I've always, and like I've said that many times about Phil, is like, he doesn't, you've expressed you don't like James Gunn and you didn't like, his interpretation of Superman, but you're still very open of what else is coming from. And, I remember when we were discussing the Supergirl trailer, I was actually thinking, oh, Phil probably doesn't like this. And you were like, oh no, I think this trailer is great. I'm looking forward to it. I went, well, there you go. And then same thing when we were texting about the Lanterns, when you hit me up, you said, I think this is going to be the best thing that DC Studios. I was like, see, there you go. This is why you have these conversations, you're not being tribal and being like, anything that's coming out of the DCU, I'm going to fucking hate. No.
And the thing is like, I think that for
you
me,
like Creature Commandos. That's what was so
I did.
crazy.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
For me, my DC fandom does not start and end with Zack Snyder. My DC fandom predates Zack Snyder's.
There it is.
DC.
That's a good way to look at it.
No, it's not a monolith. So
yeah.
And so when it comes to Zack Snyder, I'm honest about it. Like, it is my favorite so far of interpretation of DC as far as live action is concerned. And I make that distinction very, very clear, because obviously, in the animated universe, you've got, the late great Kevin Conroy, you've got Mark Hamill. Like, you have so much more to pull from in terms of animation, be it, the original animated series, Justice League, Superman the animated series, or even you can go a decade further with like Young Justice. There is a lot of really great animation there. I know William's probably cringing at the idea of hearing Batman the animated series again, but
I took my meds. I'm okay.
Okay, cool. But no, like I think there's the beauty of the DC multiverse is there is a pocket for everyone. You don't have to love everything in it, but at the same time, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And the thing that really irked me, and this applies largely to Star Wars fans, is a lot of Star Wars fans look at Star Wars very tribally, and they go, oh, well, I love the original trilogy. The prequel trilogy is kind of the sequel trilogy doesn't fucking exist. And I'm like, all right, you're an asshole.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I like that Phil said that. They're like, listen, for anybody who didn't like Superman or didn't vibe with Peacemaker or thought the Supergirl teaser was just Guardians, it's like, this is nothing like any of those projects. Yeah. And this is the year where, like, okay, none of this stuff feels like it has James Gunn's hands all over it. So you didn't want that? All right, this is what you're getting. And you can't use that scapegoat the way majority of people are going to use it.
I think using logic doesn't really work. Like, if you want to be logical about this subject, it's just not going to work. You can say stuff like that where, this is not James Gunn, so what is your excuse now?
But they're still blaming James Gunn for,
they're still finding something.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I mean, when I kept on seeing it, I'm like, oh man, there's still a lot of people out there that are just, I'm not saying that James Gunn doesn't have any involvement. Obviously, he has involvement with everything. But at the same time, this is, when you have people that are like, oh, look at Superman, which was like, oh, it was colorful and bright and whatever the fuck. And then all of a sudden you get something that's the opposite. It's like kind of more gritty and more. But then they're just like, really? Fucking look at, you put brown. There's brown in the Green Lantern.
And it's not even, it's dark. It's like a dark hunter green. It's not even brown.
Bad lighting. In lighting, that you're not even going to be able to apply. Yeah,
it's in a closet.
Yeah. But I mean, like, no matter what, he's going to get, he's going to get the finger pointed at him because, he's going to have his fingers in every little thing. But at the same time, it's like when you have that, he's just approving and reading and going, that's good. Go with that. He's, maybe he's looking at things, and giving notes. That's about it. But he is going to, no matter what, James Gunn's going to get the finger pointed at him no matter what.
Well, he'll get the ultimate responsibility, but Damon Lindelof doesn't generally sign on to projects to be aimed anywhere.
No,
when you're talking with him. Yeah,
I think James Gunn hired like these individuals to be like, I don't want to have to fucking, be like awake 24/7 to like watch and babysit. I'm like, I trust you. Just, give me what you got. Let me read the script. Here's some notes. Take it. All right. Let me look at, here's some notes about that. But James Gunn, what is he focusing on right now? Man of Tomorrow.
Well, that's the thing. That's why he does that. He's doing that kind of hiring. That's why he speaks so highly of Christina Hodson and Anna Naguaria and things like that, because he's hiring people that he can trust, because he's not just watching this whole universe get built. He's building it himself with his hands. He's getting in the dirt and making shows, making movies himself. So he needs people that he can trust. And for me, I think that's encouraging because take a look at what happened with Kevin Feige over at Marvel for the last 6-7 years, where he was just pulled in 500 different directions. And Marvel really struggled because of it. He never got anybody under him that he could really trust. That's why they brought Sam Raimi in to do Doctor Strange.
Well,
everything else kind of just
funny enough is Gunn helped him with the Infinity Saga because when it came to Guardians, like when it came to the Infinity Stones, he actually helped them. Like, hey, let's go this direction with Guardians.
He basically had to create them on the fly. Not create it because they were a thing, but for Guardians, he did.
Yeah, I mean, like there was that whole thing. I mean, even Feige has said, like, I mean, so. That's why it was like, oh, okay, to have Gunn now handle this. But yeah, he's trying to get people to be like, all right, yeah, you're going to handle this, you're going to handle that. And it's like, I can't handle every little thing. It's like, he's going to look over it all. And but it's just, no matter what, it's just going to be, but it's so funny too. Like, going back to last week when Zach was on Sad, Happy, Confused on Horowitz, Zach never wanted to be like this, this engineer of the DCEU. He even said in that, again, it's like, I wish people can we just listen to everything he said? He actually was like, I have a start and a finish. He always had a start and a finish, which his Superman saga was Man of Steel. And then it was like, and then I want to carry that story where there's other heroes that exist, and then we have a bookend. We have an ending of it. That was always his concept. But of course, the studio wanted a whole universe. And
more. Yeah.
They wanted way more. They wanted so much. That's not what Zach wanted. He had his own interpretation, and he wanted to use the other characters, but for his Superman story. So, I mean, for example, did he want, the Wonder Woman movie, which ended up being great, and he supported and he produced, but that's not what he wanted for his Wonder Woman. He had a whole different concept for the origin of Diana, and we saw that. And a lot of people don't like what he wanted, but he wanted something different. But then they changed it, and he was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. What James Wan did with fucking Aquaman, he made him talk underwater. Zach didn't have them talk underwater. He had the bubbles, and then they had their own language that sounded like dolphins and shit like that. It's like there were things like he was not trying to be like this engineer of the DCEU. He just was like, I want to tell my story, but I want my Superman story. I can't tell my Superman story without having these other characters. And then, of course, if he had his way, he would have just told that 5-movie arc. And then that's it. I'm done, because I think that's very much why he loved doing Watchmen, because Watchmen did not have, it just had that story. And he even said that in Horowitz too, is like that there was no sequel to Watchmen. It was just that story. And I think Zach was very much loving that. And he wanted that with this, but of course he was never going to win that battle of I just want to tell this story. Here's my beginning. Here's my end. And then that's it. It's like, but that was never going to be the case. So
if he had gotten to do that prior to the MCU, the conversation surrounding his universe would be very, very different.
Oh,
if the does not exist, the conversation surrounding his pitch and ideas for Justice League completely changes.
That's why I can't stand it when people are saying like Zach should be running DC Studios. I'm like, he doesn't want to fucking do that. He already has his own production company. Come on.
He said, Kurt, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys probably have seen more interviews of Zach than I have. That he said that he likes comic books a lot, but a specific style or version of corner of comic books, not.
Yeah. He likes the Frank Miller stuff. He likes the darker stuff.
Exactly. Exactly, which I do too. But also, if you're gonna do a whole universe, that's a corner you need. But it's not. You need more.
No.
What's the word? Rotor. You need more volume beyond that, and that's why I think hell, even James Gunn has said it on my own. No fucking way. I'm doing the president of DC Studios, but with a co-president, I can work with that because he can handle business and I can shepherd the universe.
Yeah, and then he could bring on creators to create, and then I love it when I see a James Gunn interview and he goes, oh yeah, when I got the script from, Anna Aguara or fucking, whoever, it's like, he goes, oh, it's such a good script. And I'm like, I'm like, good. See, he's embracing other creators. And I'm like, that's somebody who's like trying to run a universe. It's not, and when I see people saying like Zach should be running DC Studios, I'm like, no, he never was wanting to. Zach likes to create, and I think he likes to create his own thing, and he likes to direct and make movies. James likes to do that too, but I think at the same time, he also has a little bit of like, oh, I also like, I want to create a universe because he has such a unique knowledge of the characters that, and yeah, maybe, some of the more off-brand characters, when he brings those up and some people are like, what the fuck's that? Yeah, I can understand why people are like, why do we need Peacemaker season 2? But then, so then you watch Peacemaker season 2 and like, oh yeah, most of it was
You
good.
were one of those people who was asking why we need season 2 of Peacemaker.
Yeah, I was. And then I watched it and I was like, hey, this is good. Season finale, not that great.
Yeah.
It kind of felt flat. Like it didn't. I was one of those that was like, oh yeah, the season finale was kind of.
And in the interview, he made it like clear, like if I still got the opportunity to do Dark Knight Returns, I want to do that. And I'm telling you, y'all, if the day comes where that happens, where James calls and be like, "Hey man, let's do something cool at Hall H," and he makes brings the logo Elseworlds. Guess what, y'all? We can do more than just the continuity. Do Elseworlds, and you bring up Zack Snyder, and you be like, he throws him a keychain that has Dark Knight Returns. Like, here you go, Zack. Go do your thing. Go do Dark Knight Returns. He's gonna do it.
I don't think that's
no hold bar. It's his version. And
I don't think that's will ever happen.
Go ahead, William.
I think the biggest tragedy of this whole thing is that because of mismanagement, the book was never closed. He never got to finish, and it's grown into this mythic, thing where it's been misinterpreted, reinterpreted. When if they hadn't gotten involved, if there had been qualified people running Warner Brothers and DC at that time, and this just goes its course, it ends. There's a bookend on it. And that's it. But because it didn't,
it would have ended in 2021. It would have ended in 2021. Like 2021, 2022, Zach's story would have ended, and probably I know there was they were Flash movie. Well, and they had this idea for a Flashpoint movie, which would have reset everything. If they would have just let it be, it would have ended in 20, and then they could have brought in even James Gunn still to just start up a new universe. Yeah, that's what sucks is in some other multiverse, the fact that if they didn't fuck with what Zach was doing and the shit didn't go down the way it did, we would have gotten his full-on Superman saga. We would have gotten the spin-offs, which is the Flash movie and
Batman versus Deathstroke,
Batman, and Ben Affleck's Batman, and all the stuff. We would have just gotten all that, and that whole universe would have had its bookend in 2021, 2022, and then they could have just reset the whole thing, and they even had something in place because they had to put something in place. I mean, Zach wasn't like he wasn't game when he was put into the position to be kind of like this engineer, him and Jay Oliva. Jay Oliva said that, they were going to have a Flashpoint kind of thing in place to reset the universe. And it's because Zach had a clear ending. He was like, I'm not going to be doing this forever. I have an ending for this. And I think he would have had that with some kind of, with the Flash movie, with whatever they were conjuring up when it came to that Flash movie. And it just sucks that it's if they would have just let him be, it would have already been done and sealed up, fucking done. And then they could have still even had Gunn come over here and
transition. There could have been a transition because what they did with those last 4 movies, releasing those last 4 movies basically as roadkill. What they really should have done, to be honest with you, is they should have taken those movies, restructured them, did whatever you needed to do to have a transition, an ending, and a slide going into it. That would have been good for people who are coming into this today. Because when you come in and you watch something DC and you're just Joe Average, you're jumping all over DC. You're jumping to cartoons, you're jumping to other movies. And this particular void in the thing would have been a nice smooth transition into the thing that may have attracted them. Instead of just throwing them out there, oh, by the way, we're going in a different direction, but we want you to go see these 4 movies. A lot of people was like, well, I'll just wait for them to come on streaming if you're going to do that. So yeah, the whole situation was, but they're gone. They're gone. They're
people are gone.
Yeah. So.
What are you talking about? Comic Book News said that Christopher Nolan and Zack Snyder were going to run stuff.
What? With the Saudis? The
Saudis, yeah.
Saudis.
That's why Nolan was shooting his movie over there.
Oh God.
I don't think Nolan wants. I never got the sense that he wanted to do another superhero movie, but you know,
no, he did that. He was done after Dark Knight.
That's why he didn't do Super. They wanted him to do Superman. Like, hey, can you do that? What you did Superman? He's like, no, let's get the Watchmen guy to do it. Which is what set the motion with all of this. But no, I don't. Christopher Nolan will never. I don't think he'll ever touch a superhero IP ever again. But but yeah, it's that's what's so funny about all the rumors and all the weird stuff. But then it's so funny because I know Cosmic Book is probably doing a little victory lap with this whole Paramount thing because the Saudis have like a percentage of the backing of this, and I'm sure.
Man, didn't he do a victory lap when they thought that it was supposed to be Netflix owning Warner Brothers?
No, they were all about. Well, they were all about the Saudi. Well, it was like that. Yeah, I don't know. Again,
they flip flop wherever the wind blows.
He came out of the theater of Superman excited, saying James Gunn killed it, and then he started saying that Paramount was going to win because Saudi was backing it. Then he said Netflix was going to win it, and it was good because they're going to restore the Snyderverse because of what. Like he just flip flops everywhere. So
piece of
where the money is. This is all
random entertainment news. Breaking random entertainment news. Stephen Hibbert, best known as playing the Gimp in Pulp Fiction, has unfortunately passed away at the age of 68.
Oh wow! Wow. The Gimp passed away.
The Gimp, yeah.
68.
May he rest in peace.
One more year, he would have been 69. All right. I'll see myself out now.
Wow.
Yeah. Last year he was 6'7".
He got medieval on his ass.
I was thinking Phil had something. He had something like, something just got like revealed.
That
was great. That was great.
Oh man.
Random question, because I got blipped for a hot minute. Did you guys bring up that during the Lanterns teaser they used a Bruce Springsteen song?
No.
They used State Trooper. I thought that was fucking wild because I never heard that song, but I was just like, wow, man, I'm really
Springsteen
intrigued by it.
Some more. So
yeah, well, I love the boss. But yeah, man, I don't know. I'm hopeful. I get some folks.
I'm from Jersey. I couldn't give a fuck about the boss.
I'm still like reeling in from the Boys finale season trailer featuring Bad Company. I'm like,
no disrespect though.
Yeah. Hey, it's got some. No, it was like again the tone of the teaser with the music and everything. I thought was again perfectly. The main thing was the dynamic of the two, and with a little mixture of let's introduce I like what Balgo said. We're just like, you got cowboys and spacemen. Technically, it's like it's kind of with a teaser you don't want to reveal. It was like when people are like they should have just revealed everything in a teaser. It's like you don't do that. Like you don't reveal everything in a teaser. I mean, especially like when anytime you get a teaser, you give a little bit of tone, you give the leads, and you give a little bit, and then that's it. When we get the full trailer, which we're probably gonna get a full trailer. What? Probably in May,
July. I say July for Comic-Con.
Comic-Con is going to be big.
And then people will get their money shots.
HBO waits until like 3 or 4 weeks before a show comes out to do their final trailer. So.
Peacemaker did that for season 2, right?
Yeah.
They had the panel and then in August. And again,
that, what's it called? Peacemaker Fest or whatever.
Yeah. And again, I tell people that to me what sold it was the opening sequence of like the car. And to me, what sold him more was when John walks back and Hal is clapping. He's like, I could have died, man. He's like, you want me to train you? I'm training you, dude. And it's just like, that is, for me, that is Hal at the wazoo.
He's just sitting there and he claps. He's got a beer and a burger.
He's eating too. He's like,
he's got a beer and a burger, and he's just like, good job. Gotcha.
Yeah. And it feels very Men in Black because he keeps calling him Junior and Junior, and it's like, oh.
Yes, it does feel Men in Black.
You're just a fucking substitute teacher.
Yeah.
You're not ready.
It fucking kills me, man. That shit's so funny.
I love even the semi wink to the dude at the end. He's like Hal Jordan, Green Lantern. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
And I was like,
I'm
I know
hopeful.
that's why.
Yeah,
That's
like
why.
that,
Yeah, I
like,
know. And
you know
like,
who
so
the fuck
yeah,
I am.
I mean, he essentially should have just looked at the camera and winked, but he kind of does wink like with that. And then he fucks him up, and I'm like, there's a significance about this dude because obviously we see him, put his ring forward, and it's like, oh shit, this person is the fact that Hal needs to pull his ring out.
Yeah, that is supposed to be Black Hand. Is
that what it's supposed to be? It's supposed to be Black Hand.
Yeah,
because everybody was thinking what's his name was going to be. Black Hand.
And Black Hand, he becomes like the leader of the dead.
Yeah.
And he's a OP individual, so I could see him using the ring.
The black ring effectively brings people back to life, and I remember that. I only remember that because of number one, Blackest Night, but number two, Dark Knight's death metal. Batman has the black ring, and dude, that story's fucking rad. If you want to see Batman use the black ring, read that story. It's fucking amazing. But I'd heard whispers that Black Hand might be in this. There's whispers that Atrocitus might be in this.
A lot of rumors that Black
Hand. Section of Sector 666. Yeah, there's a lot that would make a lot of sense. I'm all for it.
I mean, it just kind of reinforces what I said earlier, like why they kind of solidified on the fact that it's called Lanterns and not Green Lantern, because that again opens up.
Green is stupid. Sorry.
Sure, yeah, because green is stupid. Right? But it just kind of opens up the door for like other colored lanterns. To jump in. It's the smarter play.
And dude, like again, I might sound like a broken record, but they've referenced fucking Chip. In the year of 2026, we're gonna potentially get Chip. I was like, oh man, that's awesome. Thank you, Phil.
I hope you should. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
You know what would be cool? What would be cool is if all the lanterns came to that area. Like the orange lantern.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
No, that would be too much.
The budget, I don't think the budget would allow it.
You can't do it.
There's no way that there's not going to be another lantern that is not human that's going to show up. Kilowog, who knows?
Sinestro.
Sinestro going to be there.
Wait. This is an old Sinestro, so he's going to be already Sinestro yellow.
Yellow. It would probably be a good storyline because
he might have yellow already. We'll see.
Hal teaching John, and then Hal explaining John, oh yeah, Sinestro taught me when I was your age, when I first started. And it's like, what does that mean about passing the legacy of mentorship and the Padawans, if you will? And I don't know. I just really want to see a scene where Hal Jordan and John Stewart tell Guy Gardner to fuck off. I just want that.
That's gonna happen.
Fuck off.
Yeah, they will.
Oh, it's gonna happen because I mean, didn't we see like wasn't there something that was posted on social media where you see like a Guy Gardner like cutout
standee? Yeah.
So he's already like he's already sponsored by Max Lord and all this kind of stuff. So he's already part of that. Oh, I can only imagine what Hal Jordan's gonna say.
I don't think that's real.
Hal Jordan, like we don't know the context of that relationship because he doesn't like him. And it could be a situation where he's like, he's part of the Justice Gang, but he's just like so beneath the whole Green Lantern Corps that I don't even acknowledge this motherfucker.
Oh, he's gonna.
I really think it's yours.
What the hell?
Act like a bitch, get slapped like a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, that's a new one.
I just had to put that drop in there right there. I was like, Anyway, sorry. I don't know.
I think it's years before. I think this precedes Guy Gardner, and I think Guy Gardner ends up being replacing one of them. I think the way he asked that
we're
question,
we're gonna see the origin of Guy Gardner. You think in this?
Yeah, because I think the way John Stewart wouldn't have asked that question because obviously if Guy Gardner is out there, they would all know if he was at the level we saw him in Superman. They all know he's there, and I end up thinking that I don't think they're going to kill Kyle Chandler's character, but I do think he walks away.
He walks away many times in the comics, but I can see that. But I think
I'll take that. I'll take that. Don't kill him. Don't kill him.
No, I don't think he'll die. Well, he didn't die now. Hell, they killed him in '95. Ron Mars and Daryl Banks killed him, and got death threats, and he came back.
What if he gets taken over by Parallax? Like,
I think it's true. The Blackest Night, and that it started out even whether you feel about James Jones or not, as a reader, it started out all right. It was like the Infinity Saga. It started out intriguing, but real quick it became too much, too fast, and in too many directions, and it took the focus off of things. I don't know if 8 episodes and how many years it's going to take. I don't know if that story is that's something you want when you've shown that the central focus is a dynamic between them. I could see one. I could see Black Lantern, but that whole setup, I don't know if that works in a TV show given the time that you have. It sold great and everything else, but narratively, it was a lot. It was a lot. Like you said, like the Infinity Saga. It started out with Thanos coming back, and it basically was a 2-person story with Silver Surfer. When Jim Starlin took over Silver Surfer Third Way, and it started out with them. Then you brought back Adam Warlock, you brought back Kronos, you brought back all these characters, and it was all right. And then it blew up into something that was like, it just felt like a bloated story. And I don't know if that would translate over into something like this that seems had to have a finite focus.
You're referring to Infinity War and Infinity Crusade, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because Infinity Gauntlet's good, but everything else after that is kind of it is a little much. So you're not wrong.
And Blackest Night is not a bad story. I just think there was a time that it should have been pared down, character-wise and time-wise, and I think that would be a detriment to this because bringing some of them in, no problem. Black Lantern makes sense. That some of them make sense, but the whole Color Lantern, all that, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that until I see it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know about a full-blown Spectrum War in season 1. That just doesn't.
No.
Yeah, that's a little too much. Especially, it doesn't even fit with the True Detective narrative either. So, no. I think Dave is onto something though. I think they might be investigating the death of a former Lantern. That's what I think they might be doing.
I'm just kind of like, I don't know.
I think there's somebody that's taking revenge and they're killing. They're doing something. It has to do with the Guardians. I'm going to bet that it has to do with something that the Guardians have done way back before any of them were even relevant.
Well, Trusted is in there. He hates the Guardians because they were their first creation.
Right.
So
I think it goes back to that. I don't think it's the death of another Lantern. I actually think that thing that's the Guardians, if you know their history, their decisions, like you said, man, they haven't always worked out. They weren't always good at this, and I think that there's something's coming home to roost, and that's where where they're going to have to figure it out. I also think Sinestro is probably going to be locked up somewhere, and he's going to have to go to Sinestro to figure out what this is, because this is going to be behind his comprehension.
It's going to be the Joker of this series.
Yeah, or the Hannibal Lecter of this series. And I think John Stewart is going to be with him, and that's going to be one of those like Manhunter moment where you realize that where this can lead you, if you take this ring, where this can lead you, right?
What if it's the one pulling the strings? Because I remember that shot of John Stewart getting blasted with a yellow energy gun on his head.
That could be that. Dude, this is all possible. This is a cool conversation. Sometimes not knowing shit is cool.
Yes.
There's
You can speculate with people you trust and talk to regularly. Yes, absolutely.
When you're not just complaining about costumes and the lack of green, you're just like,
I don't have to be right. I don't have to
actually enjoy the conversation. Yeah.
Wait. We could actually actually dissect the teaser and come up with theories. What?
First I've heard of this.
Also, I don't really understand the people's. I wanted a fucking construct in this trailer. You got a full fucking movie called Superman with a Green Lantern in it, showing you constructs. What are you fucking complaining about?
Yeah, he didn't have the aura. What's his name? Guy Gardner.
Yeah.
He didn't have the aura.
He didn't.
Like nobody gave a shit about that. Nope. And like all of a sudden, this is a big fucking point of contention for you. Like, what the fuck?
I'm like, the ring lit up a little bit. When you pause it, you actually see the ring kind of, lighting up slightly. At least there's that, I mean, I pointed that. I was like, the ring lights up a little bit. I was like, maybe there could have been something around, but I'm like, but at the same time, I was not expecting to see, how leap up like that. I was like, okay, cool.
Remember the Watchmen trailer from late 2018? I remember watching that trailer because they hid so much of what it was. And they gave you snippets of everything else, and it was like, okay, this looks good. And when you watch Watchmen, there's so many things that are out of order, out of context, but special effects, things that they did, And that's the way he puts his thing together. I think if it's Lindelof stuff that I've been watching, there's going to be things that blow you away.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
just not in the teaser. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Good thing you mentioned the Watchmen. I didn't read Watchmen until I watched the movie. I watched the movie first, and then I read the Alan Moore's Watchmen. And I'm glad I did, because I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like the book was amazing, but I was able to enjoy the fucking film on its own terms, because I didn't have the baggage of, okay, I already read the comic book or the graphic novel, and this is not how it ended. It's
Of course.
You know what I mean? So,
but that's one of those things where it's like you got to change the ending, because it's just not gonna work. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
That was like the one thing. I mean, but other than that, you look at 1-to-1 to the book. I mean, Zach was very dedicated to adapting.
But then the series introduced the squid. I'm like,
and they were like, "We got it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do
I
it."
love
9
that.
episodes.
I love what they did with that shit. That was awesome.
Wow, that was. But you had 9 episodes, because remember, they open up the first episode of Watchmen with the rain, the squid rain down. Its relevancy was built up throughout the series.
They figured out how to do it. They figured out how to do it. When you're just telling the story in a movie, they were like, "Nah, we can't do it. It's not gonna fucking work." And they were right. They were right to not do that, in my opinion. I was like, "Nah, it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked." We got Jared joining right now. What's happening, buddy?
Jared.
Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah, I've been reacting.
Tom King's Yoko Ono. What's up?
Thank you, William. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I've been reacting to this Lanterns trailer. I was not impressed. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, we know.
It's an understatement. It's because here's the thing. I have no problem with the premise. I'm fine with it. Okay, there's plenty of Green Lantern stories that take place on Earth. Totally. That's not the deal breaker for me. Neither is the true detective stuff, because Green Lantern, they've done detective stories and stuff. My problem is when I look at the suit and it's freaking brown.
Okay.
That's my problem. Now, here's the thing. Here's what they could have done. You know what they did that I'm pissed off at? If you look at the shoulders of the suit, it has that like darker green and stuff. And I get what they're going for. It's like, okay, so he's like he's like either retiring or on his way out. So like maybe the ring isn't as strong for him anymore and the suit's fading. I get that. That's fine. You could have used like that darker green color on the suit, because the way it looks now, it doesn't look really green at all.
So a shade of green is your deal breaker.
It's because, okay, what's the name of the superhero?
No,
thank you, Ronan.
I'm asking you.
Free charge, HBO, free of charge.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is that the final shot that we'll see in the show?
But here's my issue with that.
This is a teaser. It's a teaser.
Taladia.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of a trailer?
No, this is a teaser.
What's the purpose of a teaser? Okay. Purpose of a teaser.
It's to spark intrigue
and
curiosity.
To tease. Right?
So in many ways,
right in the description, to tease.
So in many ways,
and spark this type of conversation that we're having right now.
So in many ways, you could say it's like the first impression of the thing, right?
Are we
really want your first impression of a suit to be that?
Are we really doing this?
Well,
why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. That's like saying that there's a hot chick in the room that I see from across the room and saying she's great without ever talking to her. I mean, it's a little. It's to start the conversation and then get us to It's not the end. It's not the end all. You see what I mean?
It's not the end all. I'm still going to watch the show. Let me be clear. I'm still going to give the show a shot because, again, I love Green Lantern. It's that and Wonder Woman are like my two favorite corners of DC. So I don't have that many options. It's just now. I know I'm fairly certain for a fact the next trailer or teaser, whatever you want to call it, is going to have the green stuff. At least I hope it is, because it's like, at that point, that would be the smart thing to do. So it's like, all right, fine. It's not really that big of a deal breaker. As far as like, but let me put it this way. It didn't help. Then, see, here's the thing. When I see Hal Jordan kind of being talked down to and says, okay, I do this infinitely better than you do. And I'm like, shut the hell up, bro.
He said that.
Do you know who Jon Stewart is?
Yes, I am. I do, as a matter of fact. Okay, I have all those omnibuy on my shelf that tell me I know how Jon Stewart is. Okay,
But they've had those conversations in the comic book, so why wouldn't that be something that's consistent with the dynamic of their characters? Given the fact, that's if we're just labeling it and stapling it to the comic itself. We're not watching a comic book though. We're watching a TV show, and the dynamics that are rolled out in that way. Yeah, but comic books are comic books.
No, I get that.
It's very fluid, and I'm not trying to be constant, but I'm just saying that, and I had to learn this. I had to learn this as a pure geek. Is my expectations for this sequence and the way things roll out here can't always be applied to that type of storytelling. It sometimes
you have to adjust your expectations accordingly to the medium.
No, and the teaser doesn't the teaser start with John starting off saying, "With all due respect." So immediately he's saying like, "Hey man, okay, I know you're my senior. You've been on the ropes, but this is my point of view." That's at least how I took it.
The other line that didn't really sit with me well, but again, this is probably just me, is okay. So obviously the Green Lanterns are made up of various alien races, right? Obviously. And then I'm like, okay, so wait, I wasn't because it's like, okay, wait a minute. So he's like, so you don't talk to any of the aliens? Like, yeah, it's like I'm a human and they're aliens, and I go, so that means one of two things: the ring does not have a universal translator, which it would have to because these work with aliens, or B, this is the one that I don't think it is. I only bring it up because I saw Twitter accusing it. They're making Hal Jordan a racist. Again, that's not what I thought it was. That's what I saw Twitter saying it was.
Oh my god! I think I saw somebody else like bring that up too. And
I was like, that's not me. I'm like, what do you?
I saw it and I thought it was crazy, but he's not. I think he's just at a different point in his life to where he's just not communicating. We may find out that this Hal Jordan was close knit with all 3,600, at one point in time, and he's just at a jaded point where he's at the point where I'm ready to walk away. I can't do this anymore because my ideals no longer fit the Green Lantern Corps. Here, kid, you take it on. And I think that's a metaphor for they're alien to him, not only just in physiology, but alien to him in ideology. Because there are times throughout the entirety of the Green Lantern saga to where he does not always agree with other Lanterns or the Guardians themselves, catastrophically in back in the
100%. But it's like, and I understand that. But the other part that's kind of like, I guess I have to. This one I have to live with. It's like, because Hal Jordan is like my favorite Green Lantern besides Jessica Cruz. It's just because it's like, okay, so conceivably the DCU is supposed to last 10 years, right? Roughly that like time period is supposed to be a long-term plan. So it's like, so you cast a 60-year-old, admittedly great actor, as Hal Jordan. So that tells me one of two things. One, he's not going to be Hal Jordan is not going to be a character in the DCU for that long because like conceivably, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's just like
yeah, Batman was going to die in like Justice League 2.
It's like with that I was 3. Well, yeah, I was like, it's like, all right, I get it.
Tony Stark died also.
That's more of a. That's more of a. It's like, okay, fine, I get it. But besides that, it's like, let me put it this way: the premise. I'm fine with the premise because it's like all of the stuff in the premise happens in Green Lantern lore all of the time. So it's like everyone complaining that it's not taking place like in like Oa or something like that. I was like, they were never going to take place on Oa. No. On a TV budget, Dave, could they have done Oa properly on a TV budget?
No.
Have you seen Dune Prophecy?
Yeah.
Have you seen?
I would say Doom Prophecy is the one that for me.
Will they show?
They would have to like relax on the VFX for sure.
Yeah.
They could.
How much?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Like if they, when you're bringing up Doom Prophecy, interesting.
So
I think we're gonna see. We're gonna definitely see it.
We're talking about
confirmed
home box office.
Yeah, what Sunday night show has HBO ever skimped on?
Yeah. Right?
They spend like how many millions they spend per episode of House of Dragons?
Look how much they're going to spend on Harry Potter.
But my point is,
Exactly.
compared to a movie, it's like
No, those are
we
shows.
saw,
We're talking
we
about
saw how
shows.
all. No, I'm saying compared to a movie budget. I get that HBO normally has like high production quality on stuff, but I'm just like compared to the movie, and we saw to a degree back in 2011 how a movie budget would look. So it's like my point is, I understand from a practical perspective why it's like, let's put it on Earth at first. If we move on and we get like everything is like super copacetic, everything is good, then we can like maybe have it take place on another planet. That's fine. I guess.
Again, you have to remember, it is a movie that's 15 years old without dated technology.
All right.
It is a teaser
100%.
where it's like and you know, most of the time they're wearing the same clothes, so for all we know, it's like the first episode or two, you know.
Yeah. 100%.
Then again, we don't know if, like, you know, maybe the whole story does take place in 2 days, 3 days. It could be that. Who knows? But at the same time,
and I saw people like moaning about like, why are they in a car? Why are they in a van? Why are they traveling?
They should be flying everywhere.
Hard traveling heroes. They were literally traveling throughout Earth.
I literally.
Yeah, I was like,
tell people go read Green Arrow, Green Lantern. Yeah, I was literally go read those books.
One of the big Green Lantern / Green Arrow stories. So I'm like, what? Again, there are some criticisms of this. I looked at it and I was like, that's what you're criticizing? That's it?
I mean, to be fair, you criticized the suit, so.
Yeah. The suit is justified, at least in my mind, for what I expect from a Green Lantern suit. I was even fine with the fact that it's a suit hanging in a closet. I'm like, some iterations do that. That's fine.
What you just said there, Jared, what I expect from a Green Lantern, that's the biggest thing that is for anybody who's going to go into it with an open mind, because where do those expectations come from? Our surroundings, which is fine. But now I'm handing this over to somebody who's doing something else. I don't know where he's starting. I don't know where he's finishing. I don't know the context. I know the context of these comic books. I know that. But that's a different dynamic when you're talking about, where do I bring my audience in? How do I bring them in? Who do I get them to connect to? What looks like what? Where does that costume take place? Where does that picture take place? That expectation that comes from the source material, there's like a wall there now. It can only come so far, to the point now Damon Lindelof or anybody else who's doing this has to become a movie maker or a series maker. And those expectations can only go so far. They literally have a leash.
I understand that.
And the thing is, one thing that he said at the beginning of the teaser is that you're too hung up on the jewelry, kid. And that is the same, that can be applied to everything else. You too hung up on the suit. You too hung up on the aura. You too hung up on a lot of things that you think is supposed to be part of the show, because that's how you see things in your mind and how it should play out. And I think we shouldn't be too hung up on those things. Let the story play out, and then we could make a judgment whether this was a good thing or not.
Yeah, because Jared, you might be 100% valid. I mean, 8 months from now, man, it's forever. Should have been happening already. And then we have another conversation. I'm like, dude, yeah, Jared, wow. But out of context on a teaser, it's kind of tough. It's almost impossible.
A real assessment. Yep.
I think we all know the real reason why Jared's not excited. It's because Tom King's name is attached to the show.
No, it's not that. It's definitely not that. It's like, okay, plus, in all likelihood, it's like he probably had very little like creative interpretation of this. I'm like, I'm fine.
He's gonna have a cameo as a Green Lantern. He's gonna have a cameo.
Chris Mundy and Damon Lindelof, then he had a lot to do with the show.
Yeah. The point is, again, with that, I was like, because let me put it this way. Tom King has a better track record at writing Green Lantern than maybe Wonder Woman, so it's like that's less of a concern for me. So it's like, okay, there's more of a likelihood that Green Lantern would be at worst cringe, at best pretty solid.
Would it be better if it was Jeff Johns' story that was being told? Because then that would have been a whole bigger issue.
Well, the problem with that is like the things that happen in Jeff Johns' storyline. Yes, you could do that in a show, but the thing is, that's like there's too much happening in that to do in a show, I think.
Right.
It's funny because somebody tweeted at me that said, "Now that Green Lantern is trending in this way, I wonder if Jeff Johns actually is okay with this."
I think if they
Oh, and I'm just like,
No! No!
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
The answer right there.
You got a new computer. You got new.
Fuck you!
How far can they take this Green Lantern stories without?
I think you know what, Ben. That's a great question because how far do you take Green Lantern without acknowledging any of what that man has done in 10 years?
Correct.
You
Yes, sir.
can't.
Yeah, you have to. Like the minute you bring in like any of the other Lantern Corps, other
bring in
than
Black
the
Lantern,
yellow,
you have to.
You have to.
Fleas, you have to credit him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to. There's absolutely no way if you want to bring in any of the other Lantern Corps. I'm sorry, Jeff
Johns has to be.
You're going to see his name pop up in the.
Oh yeah.
Credit.
Oh yeah, we could
I
always.
have no problem with that.
Yeah, I'm
He
like,
did
all right,
create
fine.
some good
He
stuff.
did the work.
Yeah, he did do the work.
Yeah, when he was decent at
And
it.
he did good work.
He just didn't do good when it came to live
The
action.
Green Lantern run is like 10 out of 10 solid.
Yeah,
it's
that's
funny
why
in
he
the-
was gonna do that movie or
It's
write
hilarious.
that movie or
Green
whatever.
Lantern Corps, yeah.
If you go into a comic book store and you go to their clearance section, more often than not, you will see Aquaman by Jeff Johns,
Facts.
Flashpoint by Jeff Johns, one Batman by Jeff Johns. You'll never see Green Lantern by Jeff Johns, though.
Yeah, everything else.
So I'll tell
Feels on
you,
fire
you
tonight.
guys know a funny story. So last night I was interviewing Jeremy Adams, who's currently writing the Green Lantern comics, and one of the things that he said, because if you look at his like track record of writing comics, he is basically doing everything Jeff Johns has done. The only thing he hasn't done is Justice Society, but he's done Aquaman. He's obviously doing Green Lantern right now. So
Right.
I told him, I'm like, okay, so wait a minute here. All you got to do is Justice Society, then maybe eventually do Justice League, and then you are literally Jeff Johns again.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he's not a racist piece of shit behind the scenes. So.
Well, yeah, exactly. No matter what some people on Twitter try and say about it, which I'm like,
or even in this comment section that love to come at me when I talk about Jeff Johns. So, yeah,
it happens.
He done some amazing work.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
regardless of what a big, it doesn't matter what big piece of shit he is. He done some amazing.
it's one of those examples of having to separate the art from the artist at that case.
No, not for me. I don't do that with him, not anymore.
And editorial in DC from 2007 to like 2012 or 14 wasn't the best. And like I always say with Jeff Johns, when he had editorial oversight, he was great. When they wouldn't say no, that's where the Blackest Night becomes the big bloated sponge that it became, because no one was there to say no, all the way up until Doomsday Clock. Somebody finally said, no, we're not going to take this next step. And if somebody would have been there, his whole career would have been like, yeah, this is the parameters you work in. This is where you're good at. This is where we're going to use you. I don't think most people would have even known what a jackass he could have become, but they did not have that structure in place. And even in either of the forums he was in, whether it be Papers and Staples or Motion Pictures, nobody was there to say, I need to use you like we need to use you and what you're good at. And that I blame him for some of that, but I never blame the employee. I blame the management.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when he becomes part of the management,
that's a problem.
So, what are you talking about? Him and John Berg did an amazing job in like 2016, 2017, right?
Brother,
what?
Oh boy,
that's a joke. Yeah,
was such a good job. That didn't translate to films.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so funny too, because like I mean, like Jeff Johns created some dark stories, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, Zach wanted to do similar things, and then he was like,
did he also help with the storyboards?
He wrote that.
Oh yeah, he totally did.
I'm
Yeah.
like, wait a minute here.
The storyboards that you see, like
they're written by him.
Just wait to revisit your list.
That was him. That was Zach and Jeff Johns.
I remember that.
And Jim Lee.
Your list.
You know that.
Yeah.
With, like,
You remember that shit?
Fucking Snake. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that was such a cocky,
list. Yeah.
Stupid fucking thing.
I still remember that. I still remember that special they did on the CW with Jeff Johns and Kevin Smith.
That aired on my watching that shit though.
Dude, that was 11 years ago. That was 11 years ago.
We were fucking hype watching that shit. You can.
I was so hyped. I remember watching on my little TV.
As soon as I see a Nightwing movie in the like slate, I was like,
yeah,
how though? Because Dick Grayson's dead in this universe.
That was
who did Lego Batman, right?
Yes.
I can't remember his name. It was whoever did Lego Batman.
McKay, right?
Isn't it the same person who did Kubo and the Two Strings?
McKay. Something McKay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam McKay? No.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Adam McKay is
Adam McKay is the other one.
Yeah.
Adam McKay is the funny guy, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Something McKay. Yeah. No, but well,
Chris McKay. Chris McKay.
There we go. There we go.
Thank you.
I was gonna look it up myself. No, but yeah, Chris McKay who did Lego Batman, wanted to do a Nightwing movie, and I think the reason why that it was going to work is because people changed Zach's story to where it wasn't Dick Grayson, it was Jason Todd, who was the dead Robin. So they did change it, even though Zach was like, no, it's supposed to be Dick Grayson, but they changed it. So that's why it would have ended up working, which I was like going, at the time I was like, yeah, give me a fucking, I still want a Nightwing movie. Just a fucking standard low
Can you
budget.
imagine if we got an Under the Red Hood movie with Ben Affleck's Batman, where like you have that debate between Red Hood and Batman saying you shouldn't kill, and Red Hood goes, you did.
That would have been pretty interesting.
How
Definitely
also?
would be.
Never mind. Sorry.
No, I know where you're going, and I get it. No.
But yeah, I mean, when it comes to the overall, when it comes to that Lanterns trailer, it's a mix. It's a little bit of a mixed bag out there, but I love it when I see people go, oh yeah, people are just, it's completely trashed. Everybody's trash. I'm like, no, your algorithm is feeding you that because you are trashing it. I'm like, your algorithm is going to feed what you are putting out there.
Right.
I put out things and I was just like, I was just whatever. And I saw both. And I'm like, I'm seeing people like shit on it, and I'm seeing people praise it. It's like when people judge things by their algorithm, I'm like, well, what are you putting out there when you're tweeting? If you're putting out there negativity, you're going to get the negativity back at you. Nice. You put out positivity, you're going to get the positivity sent back at you. It's like you can't gauge it by what you see. Like if you go on your For You page on like Twitter or something like that, because Twitter is just going to feed what you're putting into it. So, I mean, that's that, I've seen the mixed bag, sure. But then I'm just like going, I've seen so many people that have also been like, oh my God, this is exactly what they're selling. This is intriguing. Kyle Chandler is going to nail it. Aaron Pierre is great. The dynamic. Again, that's the main thing that I was just like, just show me their chemistry. And they did. And I'm like, that's all I needed. That's really all I needed, was to see their chemistry. I didn't need to see constructs. I didn't need to see suits. I wasn't expecting to see any of that. I didn't need to see any of that. I just wanted to see the dynamic, the chemistry between the two leads. That's what I wanted to see with the teaser right at first. And I got that. And I was like, all right, I'm sold. I'm totally for this. Because,
and you know why? Because you manage your expectations accordingly.
What? That's what I do. Yes, Phil. And that's what some people need to like do when they when it comes to this stuff. Stop comparing it to old things and
okay
in previous things. What?
Let's play a little devil's advocate here.
Okay.
Man of Tomorrow. What am I expecting from Man of Tomorrow?
More of James Gunn's Superman.
Bingo.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be a different DP. So
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Wait. I think visually, at least
it'll be a little different.
Yeah. Can we not have the constant shot zooming in on Superman's face as he flies?
Yeah, no, I didn't like that at all. That's like my least favorite thing. As far as the story, I was fine with it. Everything else, I was fine with. I think the DP didn't do the film any favors, especially like all the stuff before. Like all the teaser trailers, all the stuff that James Gunn had to come on social media and try to explain it, like lie about it, whatever.
If Phil walks out of Man of Tomorrow,
he doesn't want. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he wants to deal with all that shit again. and I think that's why the DP has changed.
Look, I'm going to watch the movie. Let's make.
I
that
don't know.
clear.
I'm
gonna
just
watch the
saying.
movie. But I'll also say, like, I have my expectations set accordingly because I did not like that movie. He's using one of my, if not my favorite Superman villain, and I'm like, well, your first movie does not inspire any confidence for me. I'm looking at this with a very large raised eyebrow. So that first teaser trailer for whatever they decide to do with Superman, Luthor, and Brainiac, it's going to be very, I'm very curious to see how I'm going to react to that, but I'm already like, all right.
I know. You've expressed that. But the thing, yeah, go ahead, Ronan. You've been wanting to say something.
If Phil walks out of Man of Tomorrow and likes it, I'm literally gonna post a gif of Hugh Jackman like glowing with like this. And I can already see for when the teaser drops, I can see the gif of Phil of the Warriors with all the baseball guys with the bats. Just is like, all right, let's see what you got.
The thing that I would say that it might and maybe it hasn't. I don't know if we've talked about it, but that maybe have instilled some confidence is the fact that Gunn didn't, all the short list that we kept seeing out there on Twitter and all the actors that were supposed to be on the short list of Twitter, none of those got it. We got some random German actor who's 50.
Yeah, I know.
The fact that he chose somebody so off the cuff that I'm just like going, okay, I think, some people can at least look at that James Gunn's not going, oh, who are people thinking about on Twitter?
Well, because again, it's like that's why it was so hard to cast Superman. It's like because if you cast like a very well-known actor, you just see that actor, you don't see Superman. But it's like with this, if he casts an unknown, you just see Brainiac.
Yeah. So that's So it's going to be interesting to see, like, when we get that teaser and we get that first look at Brainiac. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be
Man of Tomorrow.
I don't think it matters what he looks like. Still, people are gonna bitch.
Oh, of course.
They still it could be like super CGI, beautifully fucking rendered.
I don't doubt one bit that Brainiac is going to look accurate. I think we're getting green skin, purple protrusions. I think we're getting something close to that. For me, it's going to come down to execution and tone and
it's the overall movie. Like, I don't think Phil's going to shit on the look, and he's not going to be one of those people. He's pretty confident on Gunn's going to probably get the look and everything down, but it's all about how he's going to be,
What's the name of the villain from the last Guardians of the Galaxy?
That is High Evolutionary by Woody Woogie.
That's right.
He didn't look shit like in the comic.
Now he's the Grandmaster. Remember the Grandmaster? The Grandmaster's blue.
That too. So I don't think we're gonna get a Brainiac in the way that we think that we will.
Dude, give me absolute Brainiac.
He did say that Brainiac's going to be an amalgamation of like a lot of different Brainiacs, so I could see some what is the word? A biomechanical alien hybrid thing, because Brainiac is not just like, I mean, he is of the alien race that Coluans. There we go. And again, just bioorganic, mechanical machinery. Like there are different things you can do with Brainiac, and that's the one thing with that movie I'm kind of looking. I'm definitely like, I've got my eye on.
And Brainiac has had various looks and various. There was one where he was a human possessed by a computer. Yeah, so there's like so many different iterations of the characters they can pull. That's what's interested me, because when he says combined, that the hook on that is I actually want to see. Okay, so how do you combine this? Because I mean, can you put a little absolute Brainiac up there? Because that is like one of the coolest reimaginings of Brainiac like ever.
Disgusting.
I just can't wait to hear the voice. I can't wait. The voice is going to be,
make or break.
We've heard how Lars talks. Like, he's got a good voice. But obviously they're going to add something to it. And obviously, when it comes to the animated series, that Brainiac voice obviously is like, it's a really.
You know what I don't want? I honestly don't want his native tongue to be Brainiac's voice. I don't want Brainiac to sound German. I want Brainiac to sound something a little
I don't
more
think he
different.
will. I think it's going to just have like, I think there's, in my opinion, I think there's going to be something in Lars's voice that when he does like just like an actual, just like English accent, there's something with it where, and maybe that what Gunn was like, that's it, that's the voice. Just like how maybe how like Zach looked at Ray Porter and was like, that's the voice.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I can only. That's what you can only hope when directors cast these people. Is like they're not looking at who's popular and who's like supposed to be the it person. And I'm sure he might have even got pushback. It's like, really, you're gonna cast this German actor for Brainiac? That's like a big. This is like big, and like, yeah, that's the guy. You know, just like what Zach got when it came to Ray Porter. It's like, no, that's the guy. Like that voice. Did you hear that fucking voice? And yeah, Jesus Christ.
I want what we got as Star Wars fans when they casted Lars Mikkelsen as Thrawn. I want that for a Brainiac, not voice, but the cadence of like, oh yeah, this guy can outsmart a lot of people and is a threat.
Do you know who had a
keep in
pretty
mind-
good? Do you know who had a pretty good Brainiac voice was Jason Isaacs, who voiced him in the Suicide Squad game. Say what you want about the game, but I felt he had because he also had the more like Brainiac is taunting you voice that I really felt he kind of nailed that.
Ronan, I don't know if that is quite the same because Lars Mikkelsen plays the character both in Rebels and live action. So it's
action.
I would be more on board if Lars Eidinger, that's his last name, right?
Eidinger, yeah, something like that.
If he had been Brainiac and something else and then made the jump, then I see what you're saying. But
okay, I can see that too.
But the fact that like this is just a straight up blind casting makes me like, all right, there's something there that we have not seen. Let's see what happens.
I do want to go back.
Corey Burton, what the animated series.
Corey Burton was great.
He was great. Anyways,
what are we gonna say?
Cad Bane.
What I want to say is, you guys went way off topic, so I'm going on back. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I'm tired, so it's 1:15 here. But I think James Gunn has learned a lot from making Superman. I don't think Man of Tomorrow is going to be a continuation, or not a continuation, but another Superman. I think he's going to lean into what he's comfortable with, because he talked about Superman a lot and how he tried to get out of his normal box of things and he wanted to do right by Superman. So you could even tell it was some of the choices he made with being the director and even writing. It wasn't much like him. It felt a little uncomfortable at times. It felt a little safe. Yeah. I think he's going to break out of that. I think Man of Tomorrow, he's going to be like, look, I played it safe. I did this here, but let's see how far we can push the bar and go a little more James Gunn. And I'm all for that. Like I am. I'm not sitting there saying I want the raunchy humor of Peacemaker or anything like that. But if it's more in line of the tone of Guardians, I'm fine with that. I'm not saying Guardians where it's, oh, you get a group of people and it's this and you get I'm not saying that how people are trying to say Supergirl is, but I think that Man of Tomorrow is going to be a different experience than what Superman.
Yeah,
I do.
I agree with that. I agree
too.
I think he's gonna do something like Superman was like he needed to, but even with that, like when it came to test screenings, I mean, test screenings were like, no, why are you having Superman save a squirrel? And then he fought to keep it. And I'm like, well, at least he stuck to that because he really, there were certain things. I don't know. That's a bad example, but I'm just saying like it seemed like he was still trying to fight for certain things when it came to Superman. But at the same time, I get what you're saying, Slav, is I think he knows that it's like, all right, I did that, but now I have to do something else. It's almost like, and I'm not saying that it's going to be the same quality, of course, but I mean, like when it came to Nolan doing Batman Begins to Dark Knight, it's like, oh, I have to do something different. And when you look at those two movies, they are different. There's different tones. There's something there where that's why people, and even like, I can't even decide sometimes what I like better is Dark Knight or Batman Begins, because sometimes I'm like, Batman Begins is the superior one. No, it's Dark Knight. I can't tell. But they have such different tones.
Yep.
And I'm like going, I think almost like Gunn is like going, I have to approach this. That's why he's like trying to be so like, oh, it's not like a Superman sequel. And Lex Luthor, it might be like, he's this to and he's trying to sell it so differently. And I kudos to him, because sometimes I'm like, dude, just make a Superman sequel and let's see what happens. And he's so like going, well, it's not a Superman sequel, and it's a Lex Luthor movie, and it's Lex Luthor's not a villain, and I'm like, okay, I get it, man. You're trying, and I get it.
Of your movie is
I think films inherently have to be different, because like if you think about the new Batman movie that's being made, if you see another film that looks pretty much like the first one, and you automatically, like, your mind, the way that it's wired, is gonna say, is this a fucking TV series, or is it a fucking film?
Yeah.
You feel me? So it has to be.
No.
It has to.
And Man of Tomorrow is doing something different. It can't be what Superman did, which is introducing us to a universe.
It's also a different point of view as well from Lex Luthor's point of view.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that's what he's really trying to sell, is like, we're not doing like, it's not exactly a Superman sequel, and it's going to be more Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor film.
Yeah. And I'm like, and I'm like, I just, to me, I'm going, don't sell that too heavy like that, because you might turn people off.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with like when they see the movie and they go, oh, wow, that's kind of an interesting perspective. But when you're selling the movie like that, I'm like going, no, just sell it as a Superman sequel. Just sell it as a Superman sequel, but don't. But if you want to make a movie that's more of a Lex Luthor movie, perfectly fine, because there's nothing wrong with like trying to do something a little bit different, especially when they're going up against something like Brainiac and they're teaming up. I like that concept of that. I mean, we've seen. I mean, I always loved that episode of Superman the Animated Series. I forgot what it's called, but where Brainiac is essentially holding Lex Luthor captive to create the robotic body that he eventually goes into, and he's like, basically just like Lex Luthor is like creating that body because he's so fucking smart, that he's like creating that robotic body. And he's like, he's up, for hours, days and days trying to create this. And it's like, it's kind of like a crazy, like, I don't think that's what Man of Tomorrow is going to be, but I just like I just like that concept, because when you watch that episode, you're actually going, oh, fucking Lex Luthor, poor guy.
Well, here's the other thing. It's interesting that the movie's titled Man of Tomorrow. So far, he could change that. But the point is, if we're going off of the title Man of Tomorrow, Lex has in the past considered himself to be the Man of Tomorrow and hates Superman because he's hoarding on his territory.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is not the first time that I like the what you said, Dave. I don't think that they should lean on the stories about Lex Luthor. Because if you go back to Infinity War, that's a Thanos
It
film.
really is, yeah.
Yeah. So, but they didn't emphasize on that until like the very end.
Yeah.
So I think they should. I think that's what James Gunn is doing. This is a Lex Luthor story, but he's just not going to emphasize that. Yeah, this is a Lex Luthor story. I think.
Yeah, you can't really emphasize on the villain unless it's Joker. I mean, Joker, you can do that. Let's face it, Batman, you could do like, you could do that when it comes to like Joker. But if you're going to emphasize like, oh yeah, this is more of a Lex Luthor movie, you're going to sell it like that. I just don't think that's a good marketing strategy. Just sell it as a Superman sequel. But, the fact that he has to team up with Lex Luthor to take on Brainiac, people are going to be like, oh, interesting. And we've, I think that's going to be a good concept eventually. And if you show Lex Luthor in the exosuit, which we're going to end up seeing, it's gonna. That's. I think that's a good way to do it. But
I just wish he wrote Lex differently.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
I don't like Nicholas Holt's.
I like Nicholas Holt's Lex.
I do not like his Holt at all. I don't like his Lex at all. Like.
He was the weakest part for that.
Ronnie riding Phil as usual. Man,
all right, Phil, why? Why?
I think he's amazing, bro.
I don't think he's amazing at all. I think he's really trying a poor man's imitation of Gene Hackman. The 1A bullshit, just fucking stupid. I don't know.
The whole
that was the part where I was like that was the one part where like Superman really lost me, besides the reason why his parents sent him to Earth. That was the part that I hate.
That's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm like, okay, so wait a second. So So Superman can supposedly move super speed, but the clone operates on the speed of Lex Luthor's voice, calling out commands.
Right. There's so much inconsistency with how the whole Ultraman thing operated. I was just like, there's
what
no.
was so consistent about Ultraman?
Well, in the final fight, you see very clearly that there are Lex Luthor sphere drones around Ultraman telling him what to do and putting the commands via his shit. Earlier in the movie, none of that's present.
No, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not when they enter the fortress. Not when they enter the fortress.
If you see him in the when he's the Hammer of Arabia, which I thought automatically that it was just the newscast, the news channel having cameras around him. It's not. It is actually Lex Luthor giving him commands. We just didn't see that.
Though, or are you assuming that?
But that's not. The
no. It's there.
It's not when they enter the fortress, though. They're not there
at the fortress.
Why do they need to be at the fortress? Because they knew Superman wasn't there.
He was there with him, so he doesn't need to be communicating with him via those devices.
I know we're
I mean, let's remove the hate that you have for this movie. That's
not even about hate. I'm just saying that it's just inconsistent.
I think, and Phil, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think what you're saying is that it's inconsistent because the movie basically implies that Ultraman can't fight unless Lex Luthor is screaming commands at him, right?
Yes.
There you go. That's so it's like when he's in the fortress and like the robots come out, he just flies in and starts breaking stuff. Cool, but I'm like, okay.
Not only that, I just think that structurally and plot wise, it borrows very heavily from Quest for Peace, and I'm just like, we're really doing this again.
But so does the Dark Knight borrows a lot from Batman '89?
No, it does not. It does not.
Oh my no. Okay,
here's why. Because the Batman '89,
the Dark Knight has so many shots in a different scenario, but it's the exact same shit from Batman '89.
Oh, not even close.
Okay, I'm gonna have to send you a fucking video, bro.
Close, man.
Okay. Okay. It's. Cool.
I was thinking more Heat than '89, but yeah.
No. It does have a lot of shit because that's when the Joker was introduced, and there's a lot of stuff that is fucking mirrors each other.
No,
it's subjective. I mean, depending on what point of view you're looking at it.
You can say no all you want. It doesn't mean that it isn't.
I will tell you.
We might have to revisit this on another time because I know some of you guys are like
sleepy.
You guys are getting sleepy, and I know it's late for some of you guys. So I know.
Yeah.
Let's see. Slav, Taladia, and Ben are going to head out. So we'll go for you guys. Let's go ahead and promote. And I appreciate you guys coming on, Slav. Great, getting your input on this stuff. Always great talking to you. So go ahead and promote your channel and everything.
Yeah, check out Slav's Free Talk. I've transitioned it over the last couple months to being solely DC because that's the only content that was really hitting and doing anything on my channel. So it's pretty much all I cover is DC stuff. I do a live show I try to do twice a week, and then I post videos throughout the week as well. But the one thing that I really, really want to promote here, which I don't know if any of you actually know this, I wrote a book. And I wrote a book called, nice. This is the tentative title, but it's called The Snyder Effect. And it is literally a nonfiction book that covers from 2009 DC until 2022. And I've been researching it for a number of years here, kind of putting it to paper. And I've gotten it to a place where I'm very comfortable. I have a few people reading it now that's kind of proofreading it for me to give me some input. And I'm hoping to get it out here within the next few months. But yeah, that's coming. So
cool. Nice. Looking forward to that. All right. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Yeah. Thanks for dropping by.
Take care, man.
Taladia, what do you got?
Yeah. So I've got a Marvel Rival stream on Sunday. I just recently posted a reaction to Lanterns on my channel. And I've also got some stuff in the works for members and stuff. So I've got that in the pipeline for some stuff to do with the DCU, which some of my members have actually asked me to do. So I've got coming up.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks, man.
Right.
Appreciate you stopping by. And
take care, Talati, man. Get some rest.
See you later. See you guys.
All right. See ya. All right. What do you got, Ben?
I ain't got shit. No, actually, you know what? Let me promote this. I have an app. No, never mind.
You have an app?
Yeah, no, I do. I do actually do, but it has
Wow.
nothing to do with none of this shit, so it's not gonna go anywhere. But thank you for having me do it. I always have a
Yeah,
fucking good
always
time
great
when I
talking
come
to you,
through.
man.
I really enjoy this this
All right.
little
Well, you
chat.
got Real Anarchy. You still do stuff.
Yeah,
on
I still like from time to time. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
do.
post a little some things on there, right?
Yeah, I still post there. But yeah, catch me on Real Anarchy, YouTube, and all social media platforms.
All
Till
right.
next time, guys.
All
Thank
right.
you for having
Nice
me,
talking to
Danny.
you, Ben. Yeah.
Likewise,
See you
buddy.
later.
Take
Yeah.
it easy.
See ya. So now we could talk about the real stuff. Is Jim Carrey a clone?
No.
That shit was funny. I did a segment on it, and I'm like, and then of course there was somebody that was saying that, oh yeah, it was actually me. I was a stand-in, and I was like, Jim Carrey got some fucking Botox. He got a facelift. He got something, and yeah. Anyways, I don't know. I was just making a joke on that. I didn't think we had to really talk about that, but it was kind of weird how last weekend it was like. I mean, my Twitter feed was World War III, Snyder and James Gunn fans pointing at each other, saying who's more toxic, and Jim Carrey is a fucking clone. That was like the main things I kept saying.
That's quite a combination.
Yeah, it was because obviously this was after Zach did the Horowitz thing, so and the whole thing about him commenting about the fans. Was like the big thing. So then of course the whole, bombing Iran, and then it was like, oh, World War III is starting, and then I was seeing the Jim Carrey thing all over, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, quite a fucking mixed bag of things.
Man, oh man, how Watchmen is still relevant,
right? And it was just like, yeah. So, but it was like the Jim Carrey thing was so funny because I'm like, I love Jim Carrey. He's always, ever since he was always, for the 30 years, ever since I saw the first trailer for Ace Ventura, I was like, that guy, has always been one of my favorites. And of course, watching him in living color and watching every single, it was funny too, because last weekend, I had just Hulu on, and I forgot what the first movie I watched on Hulu. I think I finished watching Predator Badlands, and then it just turned on Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I was like, that's so random. And that's probably his best, in my opinion. I think that's his best performance, in my opinion. Like when I was watching it, and I was working on stuff, but I was just like, I love that movie so much. I think it's just a fantastic movie. And I'm just like going, like when it comes to at least Jim Carrey's serious movies, that movie, he is so fucking good in that. Kate Winslet, that movie is just so fucking good.
He should have been nominated for that.
Everybody should have been nominated about that movie. That movie is so goddamn good. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. It really is.
I really think, and this is a career choice,
I think Hulu knew that. Sorry.
The kind of roles he's done, and it's not fair or unfair, is why he doesn't get taken seriously as that type of actor, even though he has that in him. And Robin Williams made that turn a lot earlier in his career, and I think that's why Robin Williams was viewed differently. But like I always say, when the Academy thinks of Jim Carrey, they think of a guy with his head coming out of a rhinoceros's ass, and they dismiss him as somebody who could do something he did in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which by far is his best performance, and Kate Winslet as well. And she should have won. She should have won that year too. She lost to Hilary Swank.
You fall in love with. I mean, you understand why people are like, why he falls in love with her, because she's just so goddamn. You're like, God damn it. It's funny because some people, I see people in the chat even say Truman Show. I'm like, yeah, Truman Show is also very, very good. And I think that's also, I would say, like when you talk about performances that are not super comedic, Truman Show is like second. And there's something about Eternal Sunshine where he's so, I don't know, there's something different about that, because Truman Show is like this they're both high concept type of stories where it's like they're science fiction stories, because you're talking about erasing somebody out of your mind and you're seeing the process happen in real time, which is very interesting. But it's it's much more artsy than Truman Show is much more. Yeah, this is the thing. it's very sci-fi, high concept of we see the moon and we see the people in there. We see Ed Harris talking, and you know, I don't know. It's like it's so
unrelatable.
Because
Show is unrelatable.
Okay, there you go. You're right. You're right. That's good. That's good. I like that.
The reason why Eternal Sunshine anybody can watch that movie.
We've all wanted to erase that person that broke our hearts. Yeah.
Also, you regretted it because you're sitting here and it's 2 movies in there. You're watching these pieces of shit. You're watching, you know, Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet's character because they don't get along anymore. They want to erase themselves from each other, not realizing that there were happy moments. You start rooting for him when everything starts to disappear, and he and her start fighting to keep those memories.
Yes.
It's now you can buy into him, and like you can't. There's no other movie that he's in where you can buy into him and say that's me. That's how
true,
I
because there's those moments where, like, you know, after you've had a bad breakup and you're like heartbroken, you do want to erase that, but then all of a sudden you start remembering all the good times. You start remembering the good times, and then you know, yeah. So the end, you get those concepts where he's trying to hide her in his mind, and it's really cool. And then of course the story of the fact that, you know, how it unfolds, where it's like when you see him, the first time you see him is after the procedure's been done. So then they meet again, and it's like, oh, it's destiny because they've met again, and then it all unravels, and then it comes to the point, and then of course, you know, sorry, spoiler alert at the end. I don't know if I probably shouldn't spoil it. I haven't seen it, but you know, it's just the fact how it ends. You kind of go, huh, yeah. So you're actually absolutely correct with that, William. It's more relatable. Yeah.
I wish he would have done more. You know, he's not done acting. I just wish he would have done. I think there's more in Jim Carrey than talking with his ass and doing all the buffoonery and all that stuff. And there's a place for that. And that's fun. But
did you see the number 23?
Yes,
I love the number 23.
Majestic. I mean, there's an actor in there.
Schumacher movie, right?
Yeah, Schumacher.
Yeah. And that movie's fucking great. I mean, that's the thing is like a lot of people don't talk about number 23. It's like that's also like it's a serious movie, psychological thriller type movie, you know, and that makes you fucking think. I don't know how many times I was like, huh, my birthday, you know, I'm like, does that add up to 23? Holy shit. You know, it's crazy. Like, you know, when you think about that, you know, it makes you think. But yeah, I think like, yeah, when it comes to Jim Carrey, like, yeah, like the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, you know, as much as I love Dumb and Dumber and Ace Ventura and The Mask and stuff like that, but man, that movie just anytime, and like I said, it was almost like Hulu was like, you need to watch this movie again. And I was just like going, God damn, this movie is so fucking good. God,
Liar Liar's the one for me. Liar is the one.
Liar is so great too. Yeah, it's
Dave,
so
have
great.
you seen the cinematic masterpiece that is Sonic the Hedgehog?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's what makes the movie. That's the thing is like,
man.
dude, with my ex, which you've met, Phil, I had to, because she loves Jim Carrey, and I said, hey, we got to watch Sonic the Hedgehog. She was like, what? I'm like,
I can see her saying that too.
I'm like, sweetie, Jim Carrey's in it, and it's like 90s Jim Carrey. And when I put it on, she was laughing her fucking ass off. And I'm like, yes. I'm like, this is what makes the movie is like, yeah, as much as, you know, that they do a good job with Marsden and Sonic, sure, but what makes the movie?
Yeah.
Jim
I mean,
Carrey.
Dr. Robotnik is a very 90s coded character.
Yes.
So.
I'm like, and that's how I sold it. I was like, it's Jim Carrey back to his 90s type
particularly
of
Sonic 3 after he's playing 2 characters.
Yes. Oh my God. When they're dancing. Oh my God.
When they're going through the montage of being father and son or like grandfather and grandson, that was hilarious.
Oh yeah.
I could like I said, I want to see 2020s Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Because I think he is another version. If you look at what Robin Williams started out with Mork and Mindy and all that, then he goes on to do his best movie, which is The Fisher King. And if you haven't seen The Fisher King, it's miles away. It's that and whatever else he did, because The Fisher King is his best film. And that's I think that dimension. And I'm wondering, this is just me thinking out loud, does Hollywood not think he's capable of doing more of those roles? And they just by default say,
I want to jump it back to Robin Williams real quick. You think that beats out Dead Poet Society, Good Will Hunting,
yes,
Really?
Yeah, and the one he won an Oscar for was not even his 5th or 6th best performance.
It's true.
So there is Fisher King is I don't know if a lot of people
I
have
have
seen
to
it.
revisit the Fisher King. I saw it a long time ago. I'm gonna have to revisit that now.
To me, Mrs. Doubtfire.
I'm
Mrs. Doubtfire is the one for me.
Jack for me personally, but
The Mercedes
And it's not
Ruehl
even-
won best supporting for that one. And
it's
only
not even
reason why
the
Robin,
comedy.
Robin Williams didn't win, I think, is because Hannibal Lecter's 17 minutes beat him out. But his second best movie is Awakenings. And then
Awakening.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that movie!
I don't know.
I watched that movie with my mom as a kid.
all-
That movie, like as a kid, I was like, Jesus Christ, this movie! Holy shit! That's with Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro, yeah.
Yeah,
And
where they come up with a drug to wake up, catatonic.
wake up people coming, and it's just so horrible. The ending is heartbreaking.
Oh, the ending is so fucking heartbreaking.
I do think that Robin Williams has a little bit of the same thing that Jim Carrey has, but I wouldn't call it the Jim Carrey effect. In Robin Williams' case, I would actually call it the genie effect. Because there are certain roles that he's done where I'm like, okay, you're Robin Williams and you're sounding a lot like Genie right now. Case in point, Flubber.
Yeah,
I can see that.
But he
like,
also
again,
had
some of those
Vietnam and
films-
things like that too. It's just, I just think he made a turn towards those serious roles a lot sooner than Jim Carrey did.
Yes,
and
he did.
He did totally.
I think right off the bat, when it came to Robin Williams, he seeked out some serious roles while Jim Carrey was riding high. Because 1994, he literally had 3 big fucking movies. He just kind of came out of nowhere, came out of Living Color with Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber in 1994, right?
Yeah.
And it just, they all were box office hits. So it was like, all of a sudden he just was like, had to ride that wave for a bit. And then I think when it came into the 2000s, that's where he was like, all right, maybe I should pivot a little bit. And I think he had that movie called The Majestic, which was
Majestic was actually pretty good.
which was a more serious role, but it didn't really work. And then The Truman Show came in, and but it wasn't. I remember it not being a hit at the time, but it became this cult classic.
Mhm.
I remember watching it in one of my, I think like an English class. For some reason, we watched it because there was something about I don't know what the fucking I was all for it though. I was like, fuck yeah, I love this movie, but yeah, you're right. Robin Williams tapped into that early, and I think it was just because Jim Carrey, like when he hit with Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber, just 3 in a row, he had to ride that wave. And of course, he got the Riddler with Batman Forever, and then Ace Ventura 2, and then Liar Liar, and Me, Myself, and Irene. It was just all about riding that comedy wave. And he was a different kind of comedic presence because Robin Williams, they were both like presence, like they were both just like, holy shit. But like Robin Williams didn't have the elastic face and the movements that Jim Carrey had. Jim Carrey was like made of clay. Robin Williams was just a powerhouse with his voice, and yeah, he was like, he moved too, but he didn't
his soul.
Yeah, it was just Robin Williams was just Robin Williams. When you saw him on like a late night talk show, you couldn't keep him down. Like he was always like jumping around. Jim Carrey was just like more. He was like he wasn't jumping around, but he just had that just the way that he moved in his face and how it was elastic almost, where he just did that. I don't know. It was just such. They're similar and distinct at the same time. It's kind of hard to explain that.
Robin was the one that, like, when we talk about people who are no longer with us.
Yeah.
That I wish, even as a kid, I wish I would have, not even asked for a photo, not even asked for an autograph, just shake his hand, be like, thanks, and like tell him like, hey man, Mrs. Doubtfire is still a funny movie, but you have no idea how much that movie helped me. Again, without getting into much personal like information, but like. And I saw that as a kid, and that stuff like helped me with stuff.
Yeah, and so many people who have met him, he even said that he was very low key. Like I know there's comedians that even said like, oh yeah, there was a time where Robin Williams, like when I was, I forgot which comedian it was. God damn it! But it was like I forgot who it was, but they said like, oh yeah, I did a show. And I had no idea Robin Williams was in the crowd until the meet and greet. And he showed up. He had like this big beard and he just showed up and he said that was really funny and blah blah blah. But he was keeping such a low key because he just wanted to appreciate comedy and then go up to the comedian. God, I can't remember who it was. It's totally eluding me right now. But he wanted to go up to him and be like, "You did a fantastic job. It was fantastic." And it was like, "Holy shit, this is Robin Williams." But he was like, "What the fuck?" It was like crazy. Like, but nobody really recognized him because I think it was like during a time where he had like a big ass beard, so nobody recognized him. So he was very low key, and I was just like, that's the type of person Robin Williams was. He appreciated other people's art and everything. He just, I don't know. And you could see like in Robin Williams' eyes, like when he smiled, you could see like just that there was something about him. And if you haven't watched that documentary, I think it's on, I forgot what it's on. I think it's on Amazon that came out a few years ago. It's a good documentary. It actually made me choke up.
I'm not ready, man. Like,
oh, dude, you got, yeah. When you're ready though, you have to watch that.
Yeah.
I think his daughter helped make that or something like that. But
have you guys seen the Jim Carrey documentary from Netflix? That one is.
No, there is a new dinosaur docuseries being what's the word here? Commentated by Morgan Freeman that I want to check out. It's about dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs.
Was Dane Cook? No, it wasn't Dane Cook.
It was not Dane Cook. No, the comedian you're thinking of? No, I don't think it was.
No,
Dane Cook.
it wasn't. Somebody said that in there and said they were joking.
Oh, but yeah, no, I want to hear Morgan Freeman talk about dinosaurs because fuck Jurassic Park Rebirth. That movie was terrible.
That movie sucks.
That movie sucks so bad, dude.
Dude,
oh my god!
I could not. You know, as much as I don't mind looking at Scarlett Johansson in a tank top and shooting shit, that movie just sucked so bad. So bad. I mean,
I feel so bad for Gareth Edwards having to just have that movie.
I will say some of his visuals look good.
Oh, yeah.
They had the Gareth Edwards like good visuals, but the story was ass. It was
You're
too.
telling me the entire dinosaur outbreak happens because a candy bar wrapper gets jammed in a door?
Yes,
that's it.
That was so.
As soon as I saw it in the theaters, I'm like, "There's no way that's it."
Okay, you know what?
It opens up all the doors too.
But between that and the god awful theater experience I had watching that movie,
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
sure,
think,
yeah.
I don't think there will ever be a more worse theater experience for me. That one takes the cake
I
for
think
me.
you talked about it on here too. About
Oh, dude, like
yeah.
10 minutes into this movie, a couple sits next to me and they're fucking on their phones the whole goddamn time.
God.
And then after like 5 minutes of that, dude answers his phone right next to me. And I'm like, I'm getting the fuck up. I'm going to go sit way the fuck away from you. And I go sit down, fucking in the middle of the Mosasaurus boat fight. A fucking baby starts screaming. And I'm like,
Jesus. Yeah, I think you have talked about this on here. Yeah, it's terrible. And it's funny too, because one of the like tests when it came to this, it was like my dad's wife's daughter. She's a big Jurassic Park fan. Like anytime that she's that I've been up to his house and she's been there, we'll talk like Jurassic Park and we'll talk movies. She likes movies too, but she really loves Jurassic Park. She'll wear she has like sweatshirts and stuff like that. It was I hadn't seen her since Rebirth came out, and I saw her when I went up for Christmas. Like my dad had like a little brunch thing, and I asked her, I was like, all right, what did you think of Rebirth? She went, and I was like, there it is. The ultimate Jurassic Park fan. She was like, and I was like, yeah, right.
The minute you start a review with
yes, she literally was like, it was like, yeah. And I said, didn't it feel like it was two scripts that got mashed into one? Because it was like you had this family, that was very annoying, like with the fucking boyfriend and shit like that. And then you try to do this redemption thing. And then you had the mercenaries. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here? We have like two different stories.
One.
It's like, what do we like? What did you just have two different stories you just mashed together? And then, poor Gareth Edwards had it like, let me try to do something with this. But, it worked out for him because it still made fucking a shit ton of money. So,
yeah,
that's the thing. It's like, it still made a shit ton of money. I don't know what the next one's going to be. Apparently Scarlett Johansson's going to be in the next one too, but can just make a better story. I don't know what else they could do with the fucking thing anymore, man. Yeah, and see Phil's like, oh God, can't do that. Can't do another one. Ugh. Can't do another one. What else did we get this week? What else?
The Boys season finale trailer.
Yeah, we got that. It's, you know what? The trailer was fine, but I was like, okay, all right, we're just. Do we think it overstayed its welcome a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I don't
particularly after the last couple of seasons where I was like, oh, really?
I guess that kind of depends on how you feel about life imitating art and art imitating life, et cetera, et cetera.
I guess so. Yeah, there's that whole aspect you can add to it, but
just from the comics, from what I've heard.
Yeah, for me, I was like, okay, we're here. I'm definitely gonna be tuning in, but at the same time, I was just kind of like, I almost like when I first saw it, I was like, all right, I'll watch that. I wasn't quick to watch it. That was for me. I was like, I'm not quick to watch it because I'm like,
The Boys is like Stranger Things for superhero fans.
I could see what you're saying because I was the same way.
I did not expect that comparison.
But
with Stranger Things season 5, I wasn't that excited, and for some reason, I'm not that excited for The Boys season 5. Yeah,
that last season was underwhelming. I thought Anthony Starr stood out, but the rest of the show for me wasn't.
Oh, really?
He always stands out.
I can see.
Yeah, but more so than the previous seasons. I thought the show when he wasn't on my screen, I just wasn't really gravitated, to the show like I was in previous seasons.
I do think I know how it's going to end, though. I think I know exactly how the Homelander's going to end.
Yeah.
So in the book, it's Homelander versus Black Noir because Black Noir is revealed to be a clone of Homelander.
He beats the hell out of him,
and he fucking rips his jaw off and everything. It's gnarly. But in the show, we've well established that Black Noir is not a clone of Homelander. But there is another Homelander in the show, Ryan. His kid's going to be the one fucking.
Yeah,
it's going to be the kid.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be the kid. Think about it. They've been kind of setting it up all throughout the show, where he's kind of like being trotted down the path of like, do you want to be like your dad? Do you not want to be like your dad?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
That's what I think.
I don't know. I'm still tuning in. I'm sure there's still going to be like episodes where I go, holy shit. I'm just going, I don't know how much they could top from what they've shown us. I mean, my God, there's so many times where in the previous seasons where I go, Jesus Christ, a lot of us do that. And then it's like, how do you top that? And then they end up doing it. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I still have to catch up on Gen V. I haven't watched
I need to see season 2 too. I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen season 2. Season 1 I liked. It was fine.
Season 1.
It took a little bit to warm up with, but I know they're going to be, doing crossing of things when it comes to season 5. So I should probably catch up on that for sure. And then we got a new Daredevil TV spot.
That was good.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Good.
That looked pretty.
I miss Christine Ritter.
Oh, dude, that woman has not aged.
No.
Have you noticed that? Like, I'm like, what the fuck kind of baby blood vampire are you? Like, I remember like somebody posted like over the years. I'm like, she's 42, 43, whatever the fuck. I'm like, really? I'm like, she's been around for that.
She looks
long?
29.
Who?
Dude.
Kristen Ritter?
Yeah.
She's 42?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking what?
Yes. Let me double check that. How old is Chris? I know she's in her 40s. 44, actually.
Oh my gosh.
Well, she's in your ballpark.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's 44.
Oh, you too, William.
She just does not age at all. And yeah, you see her in the trailer too. I'm like, obviously wearing that black tank top and everything like that, and being all Jessica Jones, which I really enjoyed the Jessica Jones series. I thought that was like this. I liked it better than the
Vendors.
Yeah.
Iron Fist.
Yeah. Well, Iron Fist.
I liked
everybody.
I liked 3 of the 4. I like Daredevil. Actually, no, I take that back. I only like 2. I like Daredevil and Luke Cage. Jessica Jones, I was kind of about.
Really?
I like season 1. Season 1 is really good of Jessica Jones.
Okay, you know what? Ronan's right. I like season 1. Everything else I'm like kind of about, but season 1 was great.
Bro,
Killgrave is in my top 5 MCU villains.
Yo,
Although
Punisher was great.
The
Yeah,
ending
Punisher was good too. Yeah.
The ending of season 1 feels a little lackluster. IMO.
I don't want to see
See
him on
that.
the
Don't want to see
biggest.
what?
I don't want to. I want to see if this becomes a Defenders reunion for Born Again season 2. That's what I'm going to. I'm just going to put that on the back burner as far as watching this show goes. I think that this show or Matt Murdock, this version of Matt Murdock is best when the field is limited. I don't need to see a whole bunch of other people on there with him for any for amount of time that is longer than it needs to be. I'm not a big fan of Defenders. I watched that obligation. The other characters are cool on their own, but I don't need to see them on there at Matt Murdock. I don't, especially with this particular storyline. This is a mano and mano storyline. It's Matt Murdock and Wilson Fisk. And everything around them is collateral. I don't need to see anybody else. They can come in for a cup of coffee, couple minutes here, couple minutes there. But if the focus starts to become anything but Daredevil, the only exception for me was Punisher, because Punisher, literally because of Frank Miller, is literally designed to be in Daredevil and Daredevil stories. So, but I would
also say that think of. I know you know this, but these 2 seasons are kind of taking inspiration from Devil's Reign, and that by virtue includes other heroes to some extent.
By design, yeah.
By design.
I got 32 pages to do that, though. I got a much broader escape. I only got 45 minutes, in some cases 38 between these motherfuckers. I don't have enough time to do anything beyond the title character without cluttering it and watering it down. Now, if you're going to give me a 90-minute show or whatever, or more episodes, fine. But in the amount of time that we have, I want to see Daredevil, and I want to see the people that are in his tight circle, not the extended circle, the tight circle. Unless you're going to give me longer episodes or more episodes.
And I also I like Defenders to an extent. I just remember being like the antagonistic side of it all. And especially the way they misused Sigourney Weaver. I was so bummed out. And that's why I'm praying to the heavens that Mandalorian and Grogu don't F it up. Don't give me Defenders
be like
PTSD.
an X-wing pilot or something like
She's
that.
a colonel. She's a veteran of the rebellion, which I've been weird in social media. I just be like, guys, just give me a little bit more of that character. I know I'm gonna like Mandalorian and Grogu. Just give me more of her character. I want a book. I want a comic book series. Sigourney fucking Weaver.
Of course.
But yeah, I like that era of Netflix Marvel. That was a unique era of watching TV. And I don't know about y'all, but I wouldn't mind a Daughters of the Dragons, and I wouldn't mind a Heroes of for Hire. Either limited series or just a taste of season 1.
I really feel like that would have and should have been the natural progression. They should have gone down.
Should have been a Heroes for Hire. Yeah.
Well, also keep in mind,
they teased it.
Keep in mind, when Netflix was doing all of that, it was Marvel Entertainment, and it was split aside from Marvel Studios, so it wasn't
very true.
It wasn't quite the same people.
Yeah, where they couldn't mention. I remember the first Daredevil season where they were like, the event in New York and the
incident.
The Star Spangled Banner guy and the big green guy.
Oh, when the aliens were coming out of the sky.
And they couldn't mention exactly what happened, but they had to allude to it. It's like.
And Luke Cage, Pop says, you should be helping people like the other fellows downtown. And it's just all right.
They can only allude to what happened in the MCU, but they couldn't say exactly. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird how. But then again, it's just that's the way it is. I mean, Marvel had to, this is part of the whole thing that happened at the end of the 90s when they had to sell off so much shit, It's all business. It's all freaking business.
Not
they ever did. Though.
I see what you're saying, but it doesn't quite apply to the same situation, because when Marvel Studios was bought by Disney, it was established in branches, and after 2014, Marvel Studios did away with their brain trust consisting of Brian Michael Bendis and all this, but Marvel Entertainment still resided over all of Marvel Television. It wasn't joined into one until after Endgame is when Marvel Studios got back all of their. I mean, it kind of is. I see what you're saying, but at the same time, it's not quite the same thing. Because when they did the sell in the 90s, they sold
Stan Lee sold Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, X-Men. He sold the bigger names to other studios, but all of that other stuff was slowly regained over the years.
Gotcha.
So when it came to Marvel TV and entertainment, when Disney bought Marvel, that opened up. Jeff Loeb, Ike Perlmutter oversaw all of Marvel Entertainment up until 2015, I think, because that's when Kevin Feige almost walked the fuck away, because he said, if he stays on board in all of this, I will walk the fuck away, because we are not going to get that. You wouldn't have gotten Captain Marvel. You wouldn't have gotten Black Panther. A lot of the big stuff in Phase 3 that we saw that was very successful, you wouldn't have seen if Ike Perlmutter had gotten his way.
I remember one of the big things that like people that initially was like, whoa, he did that, was when he wouldn't pay Silvestri to do the score for Age of Ultron. And so it was like, all right, fuck you. And then, you know, I remember even being like, wait, why does the music feel different? And then come Infinity War, I was like, all right, come back, Alex, come back.
Yeah. No, Ike Perlmutter was a fucking problem for Kevin Feige. And I think Bob Iger made the smart decision of being like, you answer to me now. Fuck that. He can handle Marvel Television. You make me money at the box office. You talk to me. Fuck him. Smartest decision Bob Iger probably made at that point in his career. Because we've seen the dumber decisions the man has made recently.
Yeah, we've seen all that stuff. But...
yeah.
Oh man, yeah. I think this is probably a good spot to wrap up the stream. I mean,
we're not going to talk about James Gunn walking out on that. I thought that was on the.
Well, we kind of did. We kind of. Well, we could kind of talk about that. I mean, I guess we could talk about it more. We talked about it a little bit. I mean, I don't think he actually is going to walk out. I mean, John Campea did. See, I think John Campea is just looking at the politics of things, and I'm like, I don't think.
Also, I love how Campea is like, I'm 100% sure it's going to happen. I haven't talked to someone, but I'm 100% sure it's there. Like, bro, come on. I mean, do I think there's a possibility he walks away for reasons other than politics? Sure. Yeah. Like Paramount comes in and says, we're not going to give you total carte blanche stuff. That's believable. But saying it's 100% sure it's about, even I'm not 100% sure of what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, bro, bro.
I think it's a high possibility. If I had if I wasn't so cheap and I would bet that when his contract is up, he does not renew it. And a lot of it, because at that point in time, I think there's just going to be more opportunity for him. He will have established the DCU. He will have been a studio head for 3 or 4 years, 5 years at that point. I think he will be a valuable asset to other people that financially will pay him and support his projects in a way that Paramount may or may not be able to do over the next 5 years with $79 billion in debt, with interest and everything else. Also, autonomy. There might not be. Yeah, he said, I want to keep you, but first of all, I don't trust David Ellison anyway. But two, he may put other people, intermediates. I mean, you know, he's a hands-on type of person, and that's not what James Gunn signed up. When James Gunn signed on, David Zaslav threw him the keys and went to the pool. I don't know if that's going to be the same thing when it comes to David Ellison, and if that changes, it might be a what do I have to prove here? I got better opportunities type of situation. And the fact that, you know, if there's a contract extension, like I said last week, that is so ironclad that it hurts to break away from, then that all goes away. But right now, there's not even anything extended beyond the spring of 2027. And there's a lot of things that line up with that. Is like the end of this purchase or the consolidation of this purchase, the synergy, the budget cuts that'll have to happen. So yeah, I think that he may not renew the contract.
You might be right. I mean, that's the thing. It's like this whole thing where, you know, it's such kind of a mess because, I mean, obviously we heard Gunn talk about when Netflix was going to get him. He was like, oh yeah, we're everything's good. I'm excited for the opportunity. We haven't heard anything him saying about Paramount, but then again, it's like, you know, maybe we'll eventually hear stuff. He's still promoting DCU stuff, but yeah, he might just be like, all right, yeah, maybe after Man Tomorrow, I'm done. This is, you know, everything's too crazy, and I can't, you know, they're wanting me to, you know, do this, do that, and it's not what I signed up for. And he's made his nut, and he can, you know, go back to Marvel maybe, or he can, which is what Campy also said, is like, oh yeah, he's just gonna go back to Marvel, or he's just gonna do his own thing. I don't know. Like maybe James Gunn needs to be like, hey, I'm gonna make an original movie.
Start his own studio. I mean, and the difference between the Netflix situation and the Paramount situation is Paramount is an overlapping studio that's consuming one, whereas Ted Sarandos, Netflix is not the same thing. I mean, he would have inherited the infrastructure that he would more than likely kept in place, whereas Ellison's already said that there's a redundancy and there's there's things that are going to have to go away, and that's
So do you think if he leaves, they just continue on with the DCU?
That's a good question. Because that's where, as a fan, okay, James Gunn leaves, but there's continuity, momentum going forward. I'm going to stick around with it. If it becomes brand new
actors,
I don't think they'll do another reboot. I think
I'm out. I'm done.
They'll probably adjust a couple of the storylines and stuff to characters, and maybe we'll instead of getting like D-list characters, we'll start prioritizing like Wonder Woman, Batman, The Flash.
He's going to do that anyway. So
he should have. But essentially, I highly I agree with William. They would be dumb to reboot again.
Yes, they would be dumb.
That's to me. I never say never, but if there's no continuities, if he leaves, and I'm like continuity, and we're going in a general direction of the foundation that's been set through, then I'm done. I'm tired of starting over again. Quote the Foo Fighters. My time's valuable, but if there's continuity and he just goes on because people move on, there doesn't have to be any animosity or anything. Contracts go up. Other opportunities come on, but if the DCU has to start over just because he moves on, then
that'd be dumb. That'd be dumb if they do that because and then thank you, Skeptic, for the $2 super chat. Would other DCU actors stay? Yes. I think so. Probably. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't you're given an opportunity? Like why would and Gunn would probably be like, no guys, don't
fuck up your opportunity.
You Corn Sweat, Brosnahan, and all those people, you guys stay on. Just because I'm not there and I brought you on doesn't mean you have to follow. Like what? No, they would definitely stay on. The
only people I think leave with Gunn are the writing team. Besides that,
a couple people from the writing team might show.
Which also as well.
Which also shows how much maybe I don't think James would give Paramount an ultimatum, but if we start feeling it that like Paramount just meshing around with DC, people like William said, we'll just walk away. Be like, no, you guys are rebooting it, but you guys are messing with what we've been trying to establish, a foundation for these past few years. You're already mucking up the water. So I'm like, no. And again, what is then in Hollywood? What talks more than anything? Money. Mm-hmm. So if stuff's going down for the money,
Uncle Ted Sarandos, I actually think he's going to start poaching some of their people, because if they're not given the type of budgets that they're accustomed to do their projects, in a place like Netflix or Universal is, they could buy themselves out. I mean, there's a lot of shifting going on, but it won't be like a big nasty war or anything. It'll be, hey, my contract's up. There's been fillers out there for me here or them out of here, and it's just business. It actually happens every day in business. It's just that it will be noticeable to us because we're in the genre.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even want to think about this stupid fucking merger, man. This shit.
I know you've expressed it. You expressed it last week.
Like, dude, we've seen this before. We know what's going to happen.
You're going to see it again in 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is nothing new.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like no matter what, it's like, I know. And some people are thinking that Netflix is just like they got paid off to not take Warner Brothers, and then it's like, well, in another 5 years after Paramount destroys it, they could just get it for a cheaper price. And I'm like,
yep.
That could happen. Who knows? And it's just seems like that Warner Brothers, like somebody like Warner Brothers, anytime I remember as a kid seeing that logo where it was either just seeing the Warner Brothers logo or seeing fucking Bugs Bunny lean up against it or whatever the fuck. It was like, it was always cool to see the Warner Brothers logo, to go to a Batman movie and you see the Warner Brothers logo and it turns into a bat or whatever the fuck. It's like, it's just like, man, this is where we're at with this company. It's like, fuck it. It just sucks that we got like other companies just going like, no, it's mine. No, it's mine. It's like, no. You know, it's
I
like,
just want, and again, it has nothing to do with DC. I just want Coyote versus Acme to be
yeah,
a
that's
fucking
happening
smash
though.
hit.
Thankfully,
To give like middle finger to everybody at at Warner Brothers who let this thing go.
Rightfully let it go. They rightfully
just be
let
like,
it go. No,
like, fuck.
Warner Brothers, be honest with you, in the situation that he came into, where they were hemorrhaging money because of a bunch of things that happened before, they farmed that out. Nobody was willing to even give them the cost that they were making. They wanted them to take a loss. Everybody lowballed them until that one company did. Listen, the Warner Brothers cartoons, I grew up with them, and I got a soft spot my heart for them. But the truth about Warner Brothers when it comes to animation over the last 25 years, it doesn't make dollars and cents. And people want sentimentally for them to spend their money on something that they would have to spend even more money to get into distribution, more money to promote. And they weren't projected to make a certain amount of it. So they did, if you're running a business, in my opinion, they did the right thing. I'm glad somebody else picked it up. But you can't expect somebody to lose money because of how you feel about something. It's not how bills get paid, unfortunately.
very true. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Like I said, like even Zaslav said in that leaked audio phone call, it's like it's going to take another 6 to 12 months, and it might not even go through.
Mhm.
That's the thing. It's like no matter what, things are business as usual. I think when people are like guns out, it's like no, he's still going to make Man of Tomorrow. He has. Everything's in pre-production. Apparently, it's going to be starting to film before the Batman Part 2, which is funny. I think they said it's going to start filming in April, and then the Batman Part 2 is the end of May. So I don't know. I don't know if those dates are accurate, but I think the Batman Part 2 one is accurate because I saw it was like the end of May. I was like, Jesus Christ, this movie just doesn't.
I'm just happy to see a camera rolling on that.
You don't see a camera rolling on that?
No, I will be so happy when I see a camera.
Yeah, I know.
Please.
That day one and the slate. Oh,
happening.
God.
It's finally happening.
Finally, Jesus Christ. I know. It's just I know that movie. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll be positive. Be positive when it comes to all this. But yeah. I'm starting to fail a little bit. I'm getting a little sleepy. So we're going to go ahead and end this. We don't need to talk about any more clones or studios.
Done the Clone War has.
Yeah, I know, right? Jeez. I was like maybe hoping to go 5 hours, but man, all of a sudden I just hit a wall. I was like, God damn. Been a long week with everything. So let's go around the horn. If anybody, with everybody who has things to promote, we'll start with you, Phil.
What do I have to promote? Oh, right. I have a Green Lantern reaction y'all can go watch. Outside of that, I'm actually on kind of a social media cleanse. I took all that shit off my phone. So I'm not really posting much of anything right now. Like I'll hop on Discord. I'm obviously in front of my computer. Like I'll pull stuff up here and there, but as far as like when I'm out and about on my phone, no. I'm not really doing much of anything for the month of March. I've got a couple job interviews that I need to focus on. I just got a lot of other shit I'm focusing on right now. But there is stuff in the YouTube channel you guys can check out. And if you want to follow me,
Twitter.
There it is. Not Twitter. Everywhere else except Twitter. Just
William always likes to say that.
Unfiltered. You know where to find me.
There it is. William, what do you got?
I have absolutely nothing to promote because I'm going to be getting out of here and moving downstairs for the next week. And like I said, last Vodka stream.
Last Vodka stream with that wall behind him.
Well, the wall's coming. This wall makes me a ton of cash. This wall's coming with me.
But is it going to be like that yellow and everything?
The wall's detached. It's gonna
okay. So it actually is coming with you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's we can get rid of that. It's actually a bigger one in the middle of the store. But so I will be like I said, I don't know if I'll be here next week. If I am, it'll be from an entirely new environment.
All right. Cool. All right. Ronan, what do you
got? Like Phil, I dropped my Lanterns reaction. You can go check that out. I did a reaction for the TV spot for Daredevil Born Again Season 2. Until Mandalorian and Grogu drops, every week I'm going to be dropping reactions to the show. I'm rewatching it with a friend who's never seen it, and I might add on more people down the line. And right now, Empire Magazine is dropping, I guess, daily new images and articles from their recent magazine of covering the Mandalorian and Grogu. So if anything else cool shows up, I might do a video on that and just prepping, man. March, April between Invincible, Daredevil, and Mall Shadow Lord. It's gonna be busy few months.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna get into that summer blockbuster season.
Lot of
where we're
content.
just like, oh man, as soon as Project Hail Mary comes out, it's just gonna send it off to that. I mean, I always love the months leading up to it where it's like, you got these small movies, what's good, what's bad, and it's like, it's always fun to for that. But then once we get into because summer blockbuster season starts in March, which is crazy, But Jared, what do you got?
Right. So I'm knee deep currently in preparing to fulfill Athena, the Goddess of Thunder. Dave, you have to actually fulfill.
Yes,
you have to actually fill out that survey.
I'll do it tomorrow. I'm sorry. I know I've been lagging on it.
It's all good. But as far as content, tomorrow I'm doing a stream. First off, on the Jason Momoa Conan the Barbarian movie, and then later on that night, I'm going to be doing a stream comparing the new 52/DC Absolute Universe to Marvel's 2 Ultimate Universes that they've screwed up twice. It's funny how that works. On Sunday, I'm going to be talking about Golden Age Wonder Woman. And yeah, thanks for having me, Dave.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, William. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you, Jared. Of course, thank you to Taladia. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Slav. And thank you to Ben. I think I got everybody, right? I think we're good. All right. Yeah, and thank you to everybody who's been watching this entire time. We love you, and we will talk to you later.